Welcome in, folks, for a relaunch of Puck Off. Couple other announcements are coming. Working on putting something out for our What's Brewing update here. But I am joined by Kenny Kaminsky again as we are sitting back to enjoy a little bit of hockey tonight. We are going to start each on an American Hockey League game ourselves. We got some Bruins that we're going to talk about here. But NHL playoffs, and then we're going to switch over. We'll probably both tune into the Bruins prospects playing for Dubuque in their playoff game tonight. But wanted to jump on and talk some hockey. And Kenny, you're always willing to, so appreciate you joining me. And how's your week going as Bruins clean out week has come upon us?
It's exciting. It's exciting for two reasons. I'm excited that we can finally look forward to the draft and I don't have to watch any more abysmal Boston Bruins hockey. I'm excited for John Farinacci for his first goal. That was beautiful. I'm glad he did it. And I'm excited for the Providence Bruins playoff run that's coming up here. I know Providence has one more game against Bridgeport. And then we're finally off to the playoffs, so it'll be exciting to see what lineup shakes out of that because I know they have a lot of players coming back.
Yeah, they had a lot that came back. All the ones that we expected. I think the only one that didn't return, who I thought might, was Marat Hustanidov. But I think there was a waiver process that he would have then had to go through, and it's just not worth dealing with. I don't think you really need him for your American League playoff push.
No, I mean he would have been a huge asset, I'm sure, but I mean the way that he's played in the NHL, there really is no need to risk it, especially listening to his press conference as he was cleaning out his locker, calling Boston the perfect home, calling it the perfect place to play for him, which I agree. I mean he really stepped up his play. It just it makes the Bruins look great in that Brazeau trade. I think Brazeau only has 1 point for the Wild, so another Sweeney masterclass. Even though I know a lot of people don't like Sweeney, but
People are going to eat
we'll
their
figure it
words
out.
on him. I'm telling you now, people are going to eat their words on him. Are we going to see an immediate turnaround like the Capitals? Probably not. But I mean, when you learn some of the things that we did this week, back injury for Elias Lindholm, knee injury for Pavel Zacha, obviously the McAvoy injury, clearly much more severe than we even heard about at the time. Lindholm, the setback, which, some of those things we had heard about before, but just makes a lot more stuff make sense for this season. And, the end of the year, Elias Lindholm, clearly much more of what we're going to see from him going forward. And you got to be excited about that.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing that I didn't like to hear was about McAvoy talking about his injury as a someone from the U.S. Him being disappointed and not happy with how the with how that Four Nations tournament shook out. It's sucks to hear. I hope he's going to play in the Olympics. I'm sure he will. But I am excited for Swayman because I heard he's willing to go over and represent his country in the men's world. So
Yeah. Honestly, for McAvoy, as much as I'd love to see him play in that tournament, rest the shoulder. I mean, they're talking about how now he was leaving the hospital, he had a pick line, and like it just, when it comes to an infection like that, there's no point when you have the NHL season coming back so soon. Like, why risk it? It's, he'll be able to play in the Worlds next year, the year after, whenever. Like, that opportunity is not going away. He's young enough. It's not like it's his last one, and next year his swan song season going off into the sunset from the NHL. Like, he's young enough. Sit it out. You'll be fine.
no, and
And
most hockey fans don't care. Like most hockey fans will probably not be tuning into the Worlds anyways. What's more important for me is that he's on the Olympic team because that's where it matters. So
yeah. Yeah, and just given how bad it was, and I'm glad that we got a little bit of the transparency from Hampus as well for his injury and his setback. Doesn't sound like it was a major setback, but just one that, you get out. I mean, think about how many setbacks Gabriel Landeskog has gone through over the last 2.5 years that now he's finally back on the ice. This isn't nearly the severity, but that it's just what happens when you go to push yourself. So
yeah, and I mean it was good to see him skating for that little bit, but I mean, like you said, what are the Bruins really playing for to force these guys who aren't ready to come back? Doesn't really matter. The season's over. There's nothing to play for, so just let them rest. Let them get healthy for next season. And I'm excited to see what direction this Bruins team decides to go in.
Yeah, and it's clear, like Zaka and Lindholm knew they had their injuries, so they were trying to push through as much as they could. Clearly, from the sounds of it, it's just take 2 months off, rest, and you'll be fine. Those type of injuries, so you're not really too worried about those kinds of injuries. Um, I mean, did it really hamper Zaka that much during the season? Didn't really seem like it. He had his ups and downs, and definitely seemed like something he learned to play with. So I'm not overly worried about it. Just give him some time off, and I think he's a good quality trade piece for you too, honestly.
Yeah, and those type of injuries kind of scare me a little bit, just the ones that you can play through and you can adapt to, because once you get healthy, then you're trying to learn how you used to play and stuff like that. But I mean, Zaka is valuable. I think other teams see the value in him as well. I'm not saying that the Bruins have to move him right now. He's also versatile. He can play the center role, he can play the wing role. So he's he's a good guy to keep for the future if that's the way they want to go. But it's going to be interesting to see what Don Sweeney and Cam Neely are going to be cooking up these next few months.
Yeah, and they'll certainly be cooking. That's for sure. Um, I I mean, Sweeney's got every option available to him. I'm not overly worried about it. Um, we all know that he's been out making draft scouting options and making draft decisions. Um, Regardless of any report that came out that he might want to or be considering resigning. That's not a move that you make if you're thinking of leaving the job. So it certainly wouldn't be coming from Sweeney. And, you know, honestly, I want to see him do this rebuild. With what he's done over the last decade, he's earned it.
Yeah, and that's what I said at the deadline. I said, listen, this guy clearly has his motivation. This guy clearly has his direction. And I think taking that away at the point that the Bruins are at right now would be horrible for the franchise. Not only that, it would just be awful timing to swap out your GM this close when you have hopefully a top 5 pick as well. So I'm ready to give him the keys. I mean, people are upset, but at the end of the day, like you're sitting behind a you're sitting behind a screen while he's trying to do his job, and I don't know why anybody thought that he was going to be resigning, especially with the reports coming out that he's been all over Canada, scouting
Yeah.
players. So
Well, the
um,
other thing is people want to go back and shit all over him for his 2015 draft, but you'd be putting a new GM in exactly the same position he was in. If you fire him now, you have to go out and find a new general manager and hire him and get him familiar with everything going on. He had a month to prepare for that draft, so little that he had to rely on his director of scouting, Keith Gretzky, to make those picks. Now, if you look at that entire draft, overall, you walked away with what, 3, 4 decent NHL players. It wasn't as bad as people want to make it out to be. Could it have been better? Absolutely. But multiple things can be true at one time. Draft could have been better, but it also could have been a hell of a lot worse. And if you look at their previous drafting history prior to those years, like when Sweeney first took over as the director of player development, their drafting was awful. It just, yeah.
yeah, and honestly, I hate when people bring up players that go after as well. Like honestly, when you look at a guy like Fabian Lysell fell to that pick, and when they selected him, people were ecstatic, and now
Mm-hmm.
people are upset that Wyatt Johnson was selected after him, even though Dallas reached on him. I feel like it's so easy to criticize, and Sweeney really hasn't had the amount of draft picks that other teams have had as well. I mean, late first rounders, they're not always going to hit. They're not always going to
Not
be,
only that, but most of the time, those late first rounders, he's traded away. So, like, because he's trying to keep the team competitive now. He's kept a competitive team together on the ice while stockpiling some prospects that have really good upside that just require a little more development. And in the next, honestly, if you really look at it, this retool is about a year ahead of schedule because if you think about when Marchand's contract was up at the end of this year, you look at, the the contract for a guy like Pavel Zacha, right? He's got next year and I believe 2 more after that. Well, in the next 2 years, who's going to be ready to take over that Pavel Zacha center role? Like fully 100% ready to be a top line center, a top 2 centerman, Matthew Poitras. I get it. Everybody's all happy about the fact that he was on the team last year coming out of juniors, but your options were the NHL or juniors. And as a young hockey player, he was going to learn more from the NHL and mature faster by being around that team. This year, he's going to mature his game, and probably next year he'll spend at least half the year down in Providence as well, and people will be all up in arms about it. But Fabian Lysell is a perfect example. We don't see this version of Fabian Lysell if he's on the team coming out of camp. We just don't.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm not too upset. I think that that's perfect. I mean, at the end of the day, especially where we are now and where the team is now, it's fine to give a year, give a half a season, let him go down to Providence. You, if you've had Flow Hockey, or if you've been here when we were talking about the game, or if you've seen the clips on Twitter, Matt Poitras's having a great time down there. He looks like he's having fun. He looks like he's confident. He's taking shots that he's not taking in the NHL. He's making plays that he's not making in the NHL. He just looks a lot more comfortable, and I don't think it's a bad thing to keep a guy at his age down in the AHL. Not to mention, if you guys haven't heard it, I said it before, but Poitras was AHL Player of the Week, 7 points in 2 games. Him and Lash Mellis have an incredible connection, and I wouldn't mind seeing them play down in the AHL next season and just work on what they need to work on, because it's not always, the goals and the assists that need the work, and I trust the staff down in Providence, obviously. And when you talk about Lysell, he just looks better and better after each game. Each
Yeah.
game he goes into, he just gets better and better, more comfortable. In that game against New Jersey, when it was, that 7-2 game, that was great. He just looked so comfortable. He looked more comfortable than what he did earlier in the year in the AHL. Down there, he looked like he was trying too hard. He looked like he was just, he didn't make the Bruins out of camp. So now he's down there trying to, score 10 points in 5 games and earn that call up immediately. But no, it takes time, and I think that's a perfect example. Fabian Lysell has been great in the NHL. He's been better, and that's what I'm talking about for other prospects. I hope that they keep doing that, because 3 games at a time just isn't enough to get some of these guys acclimated. And it's annoying that the Bruins take this much time, 3, 2, 1, whatever years that they take, and then they only give a guy 3 games at a time. So
But the thing is the development is not linear for any one player, and every player is different. So, yeah, Craig says, friend of the show, Craig Eagles. Hopefully, Craig and I are putting something together for the draft coming up soon. He says, I really hope they don't give up on Poitras. I don't think they'll give up on him. I think the option would be to utilize him either in a top 6 role for yourself, or he is your top trade piece right now that you're okay with parting. I would rather deal Matthew Poitras than our top 7 pick. Now, 10 Shots had a great question earlier I meant to bring up. He says, with a top 5 pick, will they try to move up or stay put from where they are in the draft? In my opinion, that completely comes down to what do those the top 7 picks look like, and what order our team's picking in. Because there may be an instance where if there's a player you really like, but a team at 3 or at 5 and you're stuck at 7 wants that player, you might be looking to jump over that player and go to 3 or 4, maybe not necessarily 1 overall, but again, who's available? You have some idea of what other teams are looking to draft. I mean, we all remember last draft when Seneke went 3 overall, and everyone, even he, was like looking around. Did they just say me? So shit happens. You got to be able to move. But right now, that's all speculative, because for all we know, Boston ends up with the first pick, and it doesn't fucking matter.
yeah, and you heard, I saw earlier that Mike Greer, the GM of the Sharks, says he is willing. He's much more willing to move one of his top pick this year than he was last year. So it just, like you said, it just depends on where you're picking. It depends on who's available. it's hard to say right now, obviously, because we have no idea where teams are picking yet. But once the lottery comes out, that's going to be a lot of fun to finally know where the team is picking, where other teams are picking. So then you can really speculate on what's going to happen, and you can factor in for trades. But right now, it's just, who knows what's going to happen. Hopefully, the first overall pick comes to Boston, and we don't have to talk about this.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, if they get the first overall pick, then I wouldn't be surprised if they look to trade down either, just because I think the type of player they're looking for, a centerman, they can get a little lower. Now, again, that's all speculative because we don't know who's going to be behind him at that point. So really, we need to see that draft lottery. May, I think it's 5th or 6th or 7th. One of those dates is yet to be set. It really, once we get to that time frame, then we can better try to guess and speculate on what Don Sweeney might do come at the draft table. But I really wouldn't be surprised if they take a center with that first pick, and then probably one or two after that. They're definitely going to draft a goaltender. They'll probably look at a D-man in the later parts of the draft just because they already have a lot of D prospects in the system who are already looking promising. Not that you don't want to keep that flow continuing, but when you're talking about priority in drafting, what was it? 2 years ago, they drafted 2 centers and 2 D. They had 4 picks and they went 2 D and 2 centers and they alternated. So
Yeah, that's interesting. I'm excited for that pick of a goaltender. I think Svedbach is not looking as promising as we once thought. Honestly, haven't been able to watch too much, but I mean that Denver game was brutal, and I'm not trying to base my whole opinion off of one game. I've definitely seen a few, but
no, but Dom and I have talked about it all season long. There's a lot of goals that he gives up that he's just completely out of position on. He's flopped. Now it's things that can be fixed. Goal coaching is a thing, but again, you've got to. He's a ways away from possibly being maybe a backup. Like, we're not even saying he's a backup. He's maybe a backup, and he's a few years away from that, and he's got 1 year left in college. So you're on shaky waters with him.
yeah, and Albin Boya coming to Bruins camp. That's also, we have no idea what's going to happen there. I don't think it really matters if you're a highly sought after college free agent. I don't think it matters where you go. It may hold a little weight, but I'm not going to hold my breath. You hear people say like, the Bruins want to keep an eye on him. Well, yeah, so do the other, 20, 30 teams that are looking for a goalie like him. Like, he's one of the top college free agents. I'm sure everybody's going to have their eyes on him. So you can't hold your breath for there, but I'm excited to
you're
see
also the closest to where he's going to school. So, like, that can't be discounted. He can get time with NHL coaches at your development camp, and he's a 3.5, 4 hour drive from school. When you go to development camp, they're very limited in what they can cover for you, especially as far as travel expenses and housing expenses and stuff like that. Being that close gives them the opportunity to stay up until the very last minute and still travel with reasonable rest to prepare for school when he needs to go. So, like, he's not going from Anaheim to UMaine. That's a very different travel schedule.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, isn't there's other teams in the area for sure, I would say, but yeah, that obviously makes sense. Obviously, that also talks to like, that makes more sense for him to come to Bruins dev camp, but not necessarily signing with the team, So,
Yeah, it's not indicative of his intentions, but it certainly does give you a little bit of an upper hand to better analyze his game, better see where he's at, and know more than other teams just how strongly do you want to pursue him. And that's that in of itself. I mean, they flew Jonathan Murenberg over here from Sweden so they could look at him in person. They don't have to do that if this guy's coming to development camp. They'll be able to see him in their camp and say, this is what we like about his game, where it's going, where it can go, working with our coaches, because that's ultimately who's going to be working with him, Mike Dunham and Bob Asensa. So
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if they went and grabbed a goaltender in the draft and signed one or two from NCAA free agency next year.
Yeah, I was hoping that they would get Mac Davis this year, but it's not looking great. I see a ton of goalies signing. You see Callum Tongue signing with Hartford,
He
unfortunately got
signed
injured.
young though, so
Yeah, he's out of freshman year. Yeah.
I would not have hated the idea of looking to bring him in, but I mean, we've talked about it. The Islanders are fucking desperate for prospects right now.
Well, yeah, so he,
So
he went to Hartford. Tongue went to Hartford, and then I think he got injured 2 games in. I was watching the game. It looked like the same injury that he had in the Hockey East semifinals, where he kind of just went down, and then I don't know what happened from there, but he played through it. So I don't know if it was just a lingering injury. I mean, at this point, Hartford's got nothing to play for, so it doesn't really matter. He could take the summer off, but
yeah, because he was injured in that game, or looked injured. He stayed in the game, but it I don't think he looked right after that. So but he is definitely one that I would have liked to have. I would have been okay with Boston going after, because again, like you said, he was a freshman, so he would have been that under the radar. Not many people would have been looking at him kind of signing. And I wouldn't be surprised if they went after him and he just decided, hey, you've got Swayman for the next 7 years, Corpusalo for the next 2 or 3. You still have Bussy and DiPietro, who you have a good relationship with down in the minors. Svedback, what's the path for me?
well, also to your point, what you just said. I mean, he signed in Hartford. He's playing in stores. They come to the XL Center, so maybe Hartford was just there the whole time. Maybe they were able to see something that other teams may have not seen. They found something that they liked, and that's why they signed him. Like I said, I don't hate the signing. I know Bridgeport just went and got a TJ Septemfelter, longest name in Bridgeport Islanders history. But teams are picking up guys, but I also don't want the Bruins to go pick up just any guy. I mean, the Islanders look like they just went out and picked up any guy just so they can just finish the season strong or whatever. I don't think Providence has to do that. And honestly, I think that may be a reason why goalies might not want to sign here immediately. It might take a little bit because you're not going to come in and play anyways. Because DiPietro's now healthy, played very well. Bussy's still healthy, he's playing well. And then they keep rotating Mayer in. So there's really no point in signing right now, anyways, for the P Bruins.
Yeah, and really, if you look at the situation with Hartford being the affiliate for the Rangers, like I know the Rangers, they just extended Jonathan Quick for one more season, but that dude's going to be 40 next year. So if I'm looking at my options, like yeah, I'll be backing up Igor Shesterkin, but I'll be backing up Igor Shesterkin,
Yeah.
and I'll be coming in after Jonathan Quick. So like, and I know it's a bit early, but when Quick retires, he's a massive fan of the Rangers from when he was growing up. I can see him staying in New York and working in that organization somehow and being involved in the goaltending.
Yeah. And I think that situation for any goalie in Hartford would just be great. Louis Domingue just signed in the KHL, so he's not going to be there to back up. So you're either going to back up Dylan Grant for the rest of the season, and then you might have to wait a season. I think Grant's a restricted free agent, but I
Yeah,
think
he is.
he's going to be taking the reins next season. Either or I think he's going to take the reins at Hartford next season since Quick signed. But then after that, you wait a season, you play half the games. Grant might be the starter. And then God forbid, someone gets injured, and now you're the starter in Hartford. So it is a much better situation than what people would be seeing in Providence. Like I said, it's going to be interesting. A lot of things are up in the air right now. I know that Boston and DiPietro are in contract talks, but I find it
Have
hard
we
to
been
believe.
able to confirm that report though? I've only seen it in one location and it wasn't
Well,
extremely reputable, so I haven't been able to confirm that they are actually in talks.
I saw Jeff Merrick report it.
Okay.
Yeah, on I don't know if it was his podcast, but I saw it in writing form. Jeff Merrick reported it, so I'll
Okay,
go
I didn't
with
see Merrick reported. I saw it from a different source. I don't remember exactly who it was. I hadn't heard of him before, so I was like, huh. And then I kept trying to find it somewhere else and followed up with a few people, and I haven't heard anything. So I mean, maybe. I didn't rule it out, but I'm also not going to run with it until it's confirmed. But if you're saying you saw it from Merrick, then he kind of knows what he's doing. I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, well, I
Or
saw it
Jeff's
from Merrick,
word.
so that's what I'm saying. But that's what I'm gonna go with. But either or, I
It's
think
a lot more
Boston's
reputable to say per Jeff Merrick.
per Jeff Merrick, uh, DiPietro and Boston are in contract talks, which is great if true. That would be awesome. But like I said, I don't think Bussy is gonna stay if DiPietro signs, and I don't think DiPietro is gonna stay if Bussy signs. So it's going to be interesting. I think the ball's in DiPietro's court anyways. If he
Yeah.
doesn't sign, then Bussy has his opportunity to re-sign. But if he does sign, then I don't even think the Bruins are going to try. It's just going to be interesting to see who's gonna back up Providence next year.
Yeah. It's probably going to be Mayer just based off of how they've been treating him. So I I don't know.
Yeah, I mean AHL backups. I'm sure you could find some. Like we were looking at the free agents, the goaltending market or whatever. I mean, an AHL backup is an AHL backup. So you're basically
Yeah.
there to eat starts and keep the team into the game. So
And there's a few guys out there. I mean, you mentioned Louis Domingue. There's a few guys out there of his ilk that you could potentially look at to, maybe mentor DiPietro a little bit more than, say, competition with Brandon Bussey would. Um, there's guys like that out there, but they're not expensive. They're a dime a dozen, really. You know, hell, I'm watching the Hershey game right now. You could look at a guy like Hunter Shepard. I mean, he came in, he got a spot start for the Capitals and got blown up. Like, he's not an NHL goaltender, but he's a solid veteran AHL goaltender.
yeah, and I think Providence would be a decent destination for any of those goalies who are still trying to maybe claw an AHL starter role or maybe even be a backup because Providence defense has been so good this season, which
Yeah,
partly has been because of the great goaltending that they've been able to get, but it's also because of the defense. So you
yeah,
could
and that
pump up your
defense is
numbers.
only going to get better next year.
Yeah, I mean, I'm so excited that the decor right now is just unbelievable, and it's funny to even talk about it because it just Callahan being up with Boston, Mitchell being up with Boston, Regula getting claimed off of waivers earlier in the season, then Osterley getting claimed. Like they took a hit, and they're still one of the top defenses in the AHL. So
Yeah, and I'm thrilled. I'm excited for it because also I mentioned, if you look at this rebuild being a little too soon, Ty Gallagher probably will only need 1 year in the American Hockey League, and that coincides exactly with when Andrew Peake's contract is over. So as much as trading Andrew Peake is an option, so is keeping him, letting the contract wind down, and then letting him sail off into the sunset. Thank you for your service, and then assuming he's ready, Ty Gallagher just slides right in. You
and
know,
that's what I was saying about a few players. That's what I'm saying about John Beecher right now and Jake Schmaltz. I'm honestly a huge believer in Jake Schmaltz. The points will hopefully be there, but he's a well-rounded player. He's great
yeah.
defensively. He's great on the dot. He can play on the penalty kill. He's just a better John Beecher. So for right now, I'm like, maybe you just give John Beecher a 1 to 2 year deal. Let Schmaltz, play and get actual minutes, and because he's not getting it right now, but that's not a bad thing. The team is just unbelievable right now.
Right, and he just joined. He's
Yeah,
not. He's still
exactly.
the new kid on the team. So like next year will be a veteran season. Of an official rookie season for him. And then I mean, think about what that right side in 2-3 years could be, where you have Charlie McAvoy as your two-way guy. You have a guy like Ty Gallagher, who's a solid two-way player, but also can eat minutes, and then you have Wayner, who's a third pairing shutdown defensive guy. That's your right side's future right now, and that's a pretty damn good future.
Yeah, and I think the team has a bright future. I think that I've been saying it the whole season that I think that it's criminal that they were rated so low just because what one or two people thought that the Bruins prospects were the worst in the league, which was just unbelievable. But
Well, they lack the high end superstar talent potential. They don't have a Wyatt Johnston. They don't have a Connor Bedard. They don't have one of those guys that you can, a Snuggerud, a Gabe Perreault. They don't have someone like that who's just lit up the world at any point, but they kind of do now. I mean, think about he went from the NCAA and now is averaging 2 points per game for Providence. Dan Zlachmelis is on fire.
Dan Zlachmelis is the best AHL or the best college signing in the entire AHL by far, and I don't even think it's close. I see some of the top names like Gleb Veremyev. I mean, the guy has 1 point in what, almost 10 games now with Bridgeport. Granted, that's with Bridgeport, so take it with a grain of salt. But yeah, he's been so good, and you're trying to speculate the lineup because Providence just has so many players coming back down. But I would honestly say, like, he got put in that spot because Merkulov got injured. And I
Right.
honestly think that he beat Merkulov for that spot as well.
Well, and when it comes to Dan Zlachmelis, when he was playing so well that when Merkulov came back, they said, we've got to keep this kid in the lineup. They moved him up next to Matthew Poitras.
Yeah,
they moved
and that's
him
saying
next
a lot
to
because
Matthew Poitras on the top line.
yeah, and I said this in an article that's hopefully going to be posted soon. I said that it's difficult at that level to play with Patra just because it looks like he's playing at a higher level than everybody else. Even Oliver Wahlstrom, like, people are like surprised when his passes are getting through. Like, Patras makes beautiful plays, but sometimes they just don't work because people aren't expecting it on his line. But not Lachmelis. He's always on the ball, and I'm glad he scored that overtime goal as well. Just a beautiful shot. And Lachmelis had the same amount of points as Patra. Patra was, I think, +1 higher plus minus rating, so they gave him player of the week. But honestly, either or, both probably should have earned it. If you could split it up, give it to two people, they definitely both deserved it. But like I said, I think that Lachmelis has been so good that even me, who I am outspoken about my support for Georgi Merkulov and what he's been able to do in Providence, that I'm like, nah, yeah, you should probably just move Merkulov down and have him play with a guy like Lettieri because they obviously have chemistry. Maybe add Lysell to that line as well. I mean, Lachmelis has just been unbelievable that I'm just like going into the playoffs.
I wouldn't be surprised if your top line was Lachmelis, Poitras, and Lysell. Although I understand because Oliver Wahlstrom is more of a shooter than Lysell. With Matthew Poitras, you want kind of the playmaker ability on his left that you'd get with Dan Zlachmelis. He can make plays but also shoot, but he's a slightly better shooter. Oliver Wahlstrom is a straight up shooter, and then you've got the playmaker in the middle and Poitras. That's like the perfect mix that you want to have. I could definitely see, Lysell on that second line, but I think he's also going to find his sweet spot in the NHL on the second line right wing. And I think what you saw from him is going to make them possibly avoid a large ticket deal with Mitch Marner or Matthew Nyes, someone like that, because you saw what you saw from Fabian Lysell. I'm not saying they won't try and get Marner, but if they come in and say, here's 13.5, and he goes, no, we want 15.6. All right, bye. I will let you know though, Kenny, we did just have someone else join us.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he was in the comments. Welcome aboard to the one and only friend of the show, Mr. Craig Eagles.
Hey guys, how you doing?
I'm doing well. Thanks for jumping in.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Always, you're always welcome. Gotta ask, because it's everyone will shoot me if it's not the first question that I ask you. We'll get to how you're doing, how the family and all that stuff is later.
For sure.
Denoye, what is the draw on this kid? The more I read up on him, he sounds Bruin through and through.
Oh, there's no question, Chris. And I think, obviously, I wrote the article. I kind of knew that Don was, traveling across the CHL, and usually it's around this time of year where Don would come into the queue, and especially if they have a first rounder. Haven't seen him in a while. Interviewed him back in, I believe it was 2019, or maybe even 2021, coming out of COVID. he came to the Avenir Center. So obviously wrote the article that the Bees could be targeting Desnoyers, given where they would be picking. So lo and behold, he's there last Friday night. And between the first and second intermission, had a great conversation with them.
Did he say anything about possibly resigning his position?
Of course not. And
Okay.
he was. I was a bit surprised that he was there Sunday as well. Had another great conversation with him. He was very candid, and I'm not going to divulge any of that conversation because I don't think it's the right time or place, and I really wouldn't, because he's got a job to do, and I think as time goes on, more and more people are starting to realize that what the organization did. They might not agree with it, Chris, but it was time. And I think, especially over the last 2 or 3 seasons, looking at what they've tried to accomplish and where they were, obviously disappointing playoff experiences. So to get to your question about Desnoyers, Caleb Desnoyers is going to be an asset for any NHL team that selects him. I don't, to be honest with you, I don't think he gets past 4 or 5.
Okay. I know a lot of people are trying to project him just a couple picks after that. So,
well, NHL Central, as we all know, came out with their list, and he's ranked 7th. Again, rankings and ratings are pretty much very subjective. We all know that.
yeah.
And the NHL Central scouting team do an amazing job, and they've got, they're in rinks all over the world. So they do a tremendous job. For those that have seen Caleb play and see what he's capable of night in, night out, it's incredible what this kid can do. And I know people might, look at the highlights and that type of thing, but it's all those subtleties that we've talked so much about, Chris, away from the puck, that makes him so special. And I think that's what, any team would need, but especially in a rebuild, you're looking at building through the middle. And I think if the Bees were to target Caleb, which I think any team, and obviously, I sat beside for a little while Daniel Briere. He was in attendance. Kyle Dubas was also in attendance last Friday. They weren't around, but the Flyers assistant general manager stayed and watched Sunday's game as well. So Caleb is a complete 200-foot player. He's a skilled playmaker, has great offensive instinct. And the only one knock is potentially he doesn't have breakaway transitional speed, but he's so smart, he makes up for that. And, he does things. One play in particular, he gets beat in overtime. This is way, way back. He gets beaten overtime to a 50-50 puck, and the guy's got 3 steps on him. He catches him, takes the puck away, and then assists on the winning goal. Or actually, he didn't assist on that winning goal. He made a tremendous, when that game went into a shootout, but he basically saved a goal and then put a little tap dance on the goaltender and didn't celebrate. He just went straight back to the bench. That's the type of kid he is. He acts like he's been there before, and he has been there before.
Yeah, that 200-foot game, we know how Boston appreciates that and looks for that. So if someone's already got it built into their game, fans won't have to complain and bitch for 3 years while the player learns it.
Well, sorry, guys. There we go. There.
We've
Little
all,
aside.
I was just say we've all gotten the hair in our beverage before.
Well, that kind of acts like a fly. Anyway, sorry about that. But yeah, so is he going to be able to step right in and play? At 19, give this kid an opportunity to grow and develop, and if he needs to mature a little bit, any franchise nowadays, hopefully they're not going to rush their players and their prospects, because if they do, they're gonna pay a price.
We're seeing that with Buffalo, Anaheim, and a little bit in Chicago as well.
Well, there's no insulation, Chris.
Exactly.
You have to insulate those players. You have to set them up for success. You guys talked about it, and Kenny mentioned it. It's having Prochora down on the farm might be the best thing. I just hope they don't, like I said in the comments, that they don't give up on him too soon, that he's still part of the plan moving forward. Does he project right now to be a third line center for the Bees? I'm not sure. But you'd like to see him try to drive a little bit more offense. The move, when they moved him to the wing, and Chris, you and Dom and I talked about that. When they moved him to the wing, I think that took away a lot of his confidence that he was riding high on last year, and I think that really hurt him.
So yeah, I think I really can see him starting and spending most of next season in Providence as well. Kenny, I know you and I have talked about it. I look at a guy like Casey Middlestead as a guy that they can spend another training camp and 3 or 4 months kind of revitalizing it at the NHL level, putting him in positions of success next to a guy like Liesel or a shooter like a Morgan Geekie. And, because he's a puck distributor. That's what he is, and if they can put him in a position where it's like, look, this is what he's capable of, they can gain something of value for him at the trade deadline, and then Poitras can slide in and take his spot once his confidence is back. And that might take him until the trade deadline in that area to find the right deal and the right opportunity to slide in. That's what I'm looking for in a retooling season. That's the type of move that I would be looking to do.
Well, Middlestat wasn't that bad.
No, he wasn't.
I thought he came in and filled a gap for them, which they needed. I thought, obviously you're not going to get that full 200 presence from a Middlestat type player, but I think it's there.
Yeah, but with Middlestead next year, next year, 25-26 is the second to last year of his contract. So he becomes a very appealing asset to a team who has, a needed center. Honestly, what you might be looking at is a team like Toronto, who might need a player like that to bolster their offense because maybe they lose Mitch Marner in the offseason.
Yeah, it's true. I just think if you're Colorado and he didn't fill the void there, right, and you go out and you acquire Charlie Coyle to do that, then you're looking at a depth move, right? Obviously, so you're going to have to add that piece. If you're a team with championship aspirations, you're going to look to maybe fit him in your bottom six potentially.
Yeah.
Is Middlestat going to drive? Is he a second line or a first line center? I'm not sure. And he wasn't a third line center or second line center in Colorado. So
no,
really he has to reestablish what he is and who he is from an identity.
And Boston can help him do that. That's the crux of where I'm going with it is Boston is a team in a position where they can say, we can test you in different areas of the lineup. We can help figure out where you fit in and then send you to a team that needs you in that role.
Or maybe even use him. If he comes out in the first 10 or 15 games and is a point a game player for them,
I won't complain. I certainly won't complain about that. So
he has that potential when surrounded by the right players. and Pasternak, again, the lines kind of juggled. I thought him and Matt Middlestad had some good chemistry on the power play, on the man advantage. They spotted each other quite well at times. It just, again, so much happened so fast that guys were thrust into positions that they're not used to playing.
Yeah.
And that was tough.
So much. Kenny, did you have a thought or question?
Well, first, I want to say everything that you guys said was right. I think hockey nowadays, and it starts at such a young level, and I can kind of speak on this as, I'm not that old. I'm only 18. So just you know some of the elite players coming out of U14, it's always rush, rush, rush. You got to go rush off to a prep school when honestly you should probably worry about dominating the level that you're at. And we saw it this year with Dean Letourneau, which you can't do anything about it now, but maybe he should have had that year in the USHL. And I don't mind that he took that year at BC, but I don't know what's going on mentally. Hopefully it didn't crush his confidence. It wasn't a great season for him, but I hope that he can come back next year and have that extended role. And I think the same thing with Patra. Like right now, the Bruins are in a position where they can allow anything. They can allow you to play a new position. They can allow you to spend time in the AHL, and that's fine. Everybody just needs to relax. And it's tough. I know fans are watching the AHL right now and they see Patra dominating and they're like, oh my God, you got to rush him to the next level.
I'm going to correct you on one thing. They're not watching the AHL. They're just watching the statistics from it.
They're watching the statistics and they're like, let's move them on to the next level. But again, like, what's the rush? This team isn't going to be winning or even really competing for anything for another year. Allow them to take the time. Allow them to, get acclimated. Allow them to build some new connections in the AHL. Who knows? And I just, if I had one question, I would ask something that I always hear about the QMJHL is about how it's not the best league or whatever. It's not the toughest, or it's not like. Does that factor into a pick like Denoyer, or is he just that good that it doesn't really matter?
Oh, it's a great question, Kenny. I'll first start by saying this: Caleb Desnoyers engages in all three zones all the time. There was one instance or two instances where one late in the season, I'll get to that. Coming off of injury, he was a little hesitant. What 17, 18-year-old wouldn't be hesitant coming off not a pretty substantial injury, but it was an upper body injury. Not going to get into details on that one, but I will say this: he was hesitant, and then he wasn't. It took him probably 2 periods to settle in and say, okay, let's get back to playing my style and my identity. Late in the season, which I questioned why the organization would even have him in a game, he pulled up. He pulled up in the first shift of the game, going against Matteo Mann, who was a Philadelphia Flyers draft pick. And I'm like, I usually sit up in the press box, and I looked at my buddy to the right, and the PA announcer, Mario Legier, and I said, Desnoyers is hurt. And they're like, well, what do you mean? I said, he didn't engage in that sequence. And I'm not going to get into great detail on this one either, but Adam McQuaid was in attendance, obviously watching Johansson. And went over to during the first intermission, and he just turned around and he said, is Desnoyers hurt? I said, you saw that too. Yeah. So from that perspective, a player like Desnoyers, you really have to zero in on certain players, especially in the queue, to see, are they willing, Kenny, right? That's the biggest question mark. Are they willing to get dirty? And few and far between. Some players do. Some players, don't engage and don't get to the middle, don't go to those dirty areas, all the cliche buzz, but it's the willingness. And once the player has the willingness, okay, that's great. Now, do they enjoy going there? right? Do they relish that hard-nosed, in-your-face style of game? And that's why I think a player like Johansson has really grown this year. He's worked on his pivots. He's worked on his skating, his mobility, but he's willing and he enjoys not punishing people, but making sure, okay, they're in the right headspace coming into their zone, especially in front of the net. He's cross-checked some guys and taken some penalties that some people might say, oh, well, that's undisciplined. He was sending a message. So to go further back into your question as well, people are going to say what they always say about the Q, that it's too offensive, it's this, it's that. Look at the Memorial Cup championships over the last several seasons and years. QMJHL teams have been very successful across the CHL. It isn't always an underrated league from a scouting perspective, from a neutral zone perspective. The last couple of years, and obviously the draft, it hasn't been deep draft classes, but you could say that about every league across the CHL and across North America. You're going to have those ebbs and flows, if you will, of draft picks coming and going. But you really need to zero in on players that, like we already mentioned, don't mind getting dirty and don't mind playing that style of game. Now, the fighting rule, some people might say that that's taken away from some potential players maybe jumping into a bottom six role where they have some some ability to throw the mitts, so to speak. But we'll see how that plays out. Everyone thinks there's no fighting in the queue. There's still fighting, but the toll that it takes and the penalty, the subsequent penalty and punishment that comes, that's why players aren't dropping the gloves.
You got to make sure it's worth the punishment.
Exactly.
Which means you're going to get smarter fighters because they're going to know when to fight much better. They're not going to take a cheap shot.
Hopefully,
yeah, ideally. No, I was also going through and it looks like they are due for another player from the queue to be drafted anyway. The last one they picked was Freddie Brunet back in 2022, and then well before that, you're looking at Cedric Pare in 2017 and Zboril and Lozon back in 2015. So they don't frequently draft from the queue, but I mean, Brunet looks pretty solid. Pare is a whole other story, although he's had a decent career in the American Hockey League. And then Zboril and Lozon both have had decent NHL careers. Not fantastic, but, Zboril had a lot of injuries, decided to go back over to Chechnya. But Lozon is well over 300 games at this point. So
the Pare pick was a good pick in my opinion, because he was on a very deep St. John Sea Dogs team that went on and played it at the Memorial Cup. They claimed the then President's Cup. So I thought that was a good pick. He really stepped up his offensive game and then went to Rimouski, playing alongside Alexis Lafreniere that last season. Obviously, COVID hit, but
yeah, that's
so Pare was, I think, a solid mid-round pick that, obviously the skating ability, but he's really, has done well for himself. Obviously, we all know Zboril, the 2015 draft. Everyone's very critical of that. He was just coming into his own when the knee injury happened. Lozon, everyone knows that story.
He's playing well. He's playing well for Nashville, so I consider that pick a hit and a win especially for being a late second rounder. He was like in the 50s, I think.
Yeah, hard-nosed guy, knows his role. Obviously, a 5'6" guy, a 6'7" guy in the National Hockey League. Those players are valuable, Chris, and that's what people need to understand. That I was listening to something that Nesson put out about Mike Milbury. Oh, well, they need to target a first line center and they need to do that through the draft.
I mean,
Okay,
everybody wants a first-line center in the draft. Like,
exactly.
no shit, Sherlock.
Yeah. So, and that's great. Okay, good. And then he said, well, they really have to, hit on their draft picks. Well, go back and look at all their drafts, and it's there.
Yeah.
There's talent there.
I did, and Kenny, I know you saw it. I'm going to be pushing it out a little bit more in the coming days, but I just did a 3-part deep dive on my site on Don Sweeney's tenure with the Bruins, because I genuinely believe that he is the best guy right now, today, to do this retool, and did a lot of research back into, I mean, the guy started with the organization back in 2006. He was in player development, and if you really look at a key, like someone I saw made a comment on Twitter at one point saying he had nothing to do with this core. And I was like, well, if you really look at it, if he starts player development in 2026, the core guys that he's going to start developing are from the 2004, 5, 6 draft and going forward. Well, 2004, they drafted David Krejci. They drafted Chris Versteeg. He didn't stay with the Bruins, but he went on to have a hell of an NHL career. Matt Hunwick had over 500 games. The next year, Sabatka, over 500 games. But he wasn't drafting the players either. He was turning a guy like Matt Lashoff into an NHL player for a few games, like 100 games or so. But would he have picked that player? Probably not. This is someone, the scouting staff said, this is the guy we're going to take. And he went, okay, we'll do our best. And to turn some of those guys into players who played, I mean, look at Brad Marchand. He was a 2006 pick, the best example possible.
Milan Lucic.
Yep. And then you mentioned it before, because I know people are going to sit there and say, well, what happened with some of the more recent drafts, 18 and 19, where they've gotten just about nothing. The only hit in those 2 drafts so far, or 17 and 18 rather, has been Jacob Lauko. Those drafts, like, so far you've gotten nothing out of the 2019 draft. But what did they all have in common? They all missed the entire next season and a half because of COVID. So, I mean, really, that was a throwaway draft for most players. Yeah, Dallas got lucky on Wyatt Johnston. They got lucky.
Well, just let's put it this way, guys. Okay. Don, okay, as the general manager, really has to focus in on, okay, picking and trusting his scouting staff, right? He doesn't. Do you think the general manager has final say on the draft pick? It's the head scout.
In tandem with the general manager, is how I would put it. But the fact that he goes on these scouting trips, like the fact that he's going to see Denoyer in person, shows you how involved in the process he is. He was not doing that in 2015. This is a dude who just took over the role. And as much as people want to shit on him for a quote unquote bad draft that saw, you saw what, 4? Let's see, DeBrusk, Carlo, Lozon, Vladar, 4 quality NHL players.
Yeah.
It's still success, first and foremost. You walk away with 4 NHL players from any draft, that is a successful draft. And to do that by walking into an office and going, all right, give me all the information you have. Who do you guys think we should take? Because I haven't been doing this for more than a month. He's leaning on his head of scouting. 100%.
You would think. And now, again, general managers have to trust their scouting staff. And that's why they have so many assistants, the associate to the amateur director of the amateur scouting, their amateur scouting staff, and their pro scouting staff. And that's when they get into a room and they hammer things out, right? Yeah. So obviously, do they have final say? Well, that remains to be seen. In some organizations, they put all the trust in their scouting staff. Yeah. And I think over the years, they've done that.
And in his defense, too, the prior year, the 2014 draft, most of the scouts were still the same. and you had David Pastrnak, Ryan Donato, Danton Heinen, and Anders Bjork all play over 200 games from that draft. So, and 1 year later, they were all looking very promising players. So if you've just taken over that GM job and you look at what they just did from the year before, I don't blame him for sitting there going, all right, good. Help me do this.
Well, 2020, second rounder, 58th overall. Who was that?
2020?
2020.
Would have been Mason Lohrei.
Exactly. How's that pick?
Look, I mean, some people say he sucks and he needs to be moved, but I don't trust those people to, turn my computer on. So, no.
So, okay, 2019, Johnny Beecher. Beecher wasn't a good player this year. Wasn't a solid bottom six.
He's a solid bottom six. I think he was you can look back now and say he was a reach in the draft, but he'll put in a solid NHL career. And at the end of the day, that's all you're looking for out of anybody you take in the draft.
Well, he's 30th overall.
Right.
So it's kind of like a second round pick.
Right.
So does he have value?
Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. And that's what you're looking for when you're picking past, 20?
Now, Axel Anderson in 2018, second round. He had some injuries. I liked his game. He played here in Moncton. COVID hits. Lauku.
But you also said it. He was a second round pick. That was your first selection, and that was 57th overall.
Right. So, but again, and then Vakanainen.
Hey,
not a bad two-way guy.
No, and you flipped him for Hampus Lindholm. He's now having a decent career playing in New York. So you still hit on the player. Just because he didn't play all of his games with you, you still picked an NHL player.
Fourth round, Jeremy Swayman.
I think I've heard of him.
Fourth round.
Yeah, I've heard of him. I've heard he's pretty good. Although some people want to trade him, but some people just want to trade everybody.
So the year 2016, they have two first rounders, 14 and 29. McAvoy, Frederick. Then, the second round pick, 49th overall.
They hit on Ryan Lindgren on that one.
Yeah, so they move him for Rick Nash to try to go on a run, Stanley Cup run.
And that was a very solid deal at the time. They were working on an extension for Nash when he got hurt. If you get 3 more years of Rick Nash, that deal is that much better. And then recently though, like Fabian Lysell, we've talked about him a lot. Kenny, you and I have talked about him a lot. The development process wasn't linear, and that's not the end of the world. He's looked solid this year when he's been called up.
Yeah, he's looked more comfortable as the days have gone on, and that's all you can ask for, really, especially with a guy that's coming up and basically playing for the first time. I mean, that one game at Christmas where he didn't play much and because his family was in town, it's just it's great to see that it's finally working out, especially with how quick the Bruins fan base wants to write players off. They want him to come up and be an immediate impact and score 4 goals and have an Austin Matthews first game, but it's not how it is. So, but honestly, I like listening to what you guys have to say on this stuff, because at those times, right, I was younger, I wasn't thinking about this stuff like that, so that's why I'm kind of just listening in and just kind of taking everything that you're saying. A question that I was kind of sitting on here, and I know that Chris and I talk about it a lot. You were talking about Denoyer's willingness to go in the corners and get into those dirty areas, and then you also talk about Poitras and how you don't want to give up on him. And my question is, the Bruins have a guy who's been playing for a few years who hasn't shown that willingness to get into the dirty areas, even though that he's skilled. At what point do you just you kind of move on?
Oh, Kenny, just mention it. It's Brett Harrison.
It is Brett. It's Brett Harrison. Yes. So that's my question. It's just this guy has skill. He was a second rounder, so decently high pick, I believe. So just at what point? I mean, what are we now? 2-3 years down the line with Brett Harrison, and we're not seeing it. So what point do you kind of just say,
Yeah.
listen, we're not seeing it. We got to let it go.
He was a 2021 third round pick out of Oshawa.
Okay, so Kenny, you mentioned earlier about U14 high flyers, right? Elite level U14s, maybe, trying to rush the process, and right, everyone's in a hurry and warp speed, and right. I tweeted something out yesterday, actually. We talk about developmental leagues at the American Hockey League level, and everyone's understands the process. Oh, well, they need more time, right? Minor hockey, it's not, everyone looks down upon it, frowns upon it, criticizes the players and the coach for playing in it and being involved in a developmental hockey league in the minor hockey lower levels. So why are we rushing things, right? You have a player that you think has value. You sign that player, and then lo and behold, all right, there's growth. And you see, right, where's this kid going to be? Last time I checked, Lysell, 22 years old.
Yeah.
You're not going to have Patrice Bergeron, 18-year-olds, making the jump every year. It's unheard of.
Even if you had one every year, there's 32 teams. It's going to be a 1 in 32 chance that he's on your roster anyway. Even if you said we guarantee one 18-year-old jumps to the NHL every year, it's still a crapshoot that he's on your team doing it.
So how old's Harrison? If he's drafted in 2021, he's going to be what?
I'll let you know in just a second. I'm trying
20,
to pull his...
Right?
So he is 21.
Yeah. That answers, right? So that answers your question right there. So you have to give him more time. If you still think there's value there and you've seen, progression in increments, you still believe in the player. Okay?
That's the key word, though, is the progression. And with Harrison, I don't know how much you've watched him, Craig. There are flashes of it in practice, in camp. I have yet to see it in game action consistently enough to say, he's still identifying the spots to do it.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Now, I'm not saying I'm ready to write him off. I'm sitting here going, he has fallen so much further down the depth chart for me that at 21, and he is now in his second year in Providence. This is his second full year in Providence. So I sit here and I go, you got one more. I'm bringing you in for development camp over the summer because you need it. And you've got one more. I mean, he's also not producing offense either the way he used to he was in the OHL. He was with Windsor and he played with Oshawa. I'm looking at his last year there. He played in a collective 57 games and scored 69 points. 69 points with 34 goals. So there is an offense to his game and his shot is amazing. If a shot was enough to put you in the NHL, this kid would have been there 3 years ago. But he scored 5 goals last year, 6 goals this year, 17 points this year is his projection. Because he's at 17 right now and they got 1 game left. And then he's at 14 for last year. The offense has dwindled completely as well.
Okay, so a couple questions for you guys. Who do they have him playing with?
Fourth line minutes. Third, fourth line. So he really isn't getting that opportunity to really
But
step
he's not
up.
earning it. That's the thing. Last year, he was higher in the lineup, and he's just continually working himself lower into the lineup.
Okay. So is he defensive liability on the ice?
I wouldn't go so far to say he's a liability, but he's also not standing out defensively either.
Okay. Has he improved defensively? So, guys, There's the reaction, okay?
So
But give him more time. You've got him for another year.
I'll put it this way. Has he improved? No. Was it a massive area where he had to improve? No. It's that physicality, the willingness, like defensively where he lacks is in the physical aspect of the game. Like he'll get his stick in the right spot, he'll break things up that way, but if it's a play against the boards, he's still skating by, going in with a stick, and the next thing you know, he's 3 strides down and the puck is still up against the wall with 3 other people. You know, he's not getting in there throwing his body and trying to push someone off the puck. He's trying to poke check it as he skates by. It hasn't been a problem defensively, but it's also certainly not a forte either.
Have you seen more growth in Lysell or Harrison?
Significantly more in Lysell.
Okay. He's a year older.
Again, I'm not giving up on him just yet. I give him that 1 more year. That's the conversation I have with him is this is what you need to do. You have 1 more year to show us that you can improve in these areas.
Player and the agent already knows that. They already know that. Right? So, right? I'm trying
Fair
to
enough.
play devil's advocate. Like, the player knows it's time. The agent knows it's time. The organization knows it's time. But he's 21, playing in the second best league in the world. And he's playing third and fourth line minutes, and he's still generating a little bit, right? Does he see power play time? And, okay, look up top. Look up top. Was there any room for him, okay, with regards to the NHL organization, okay, with regards to maybe spotting a few games, right? Have they been in that situation with players? And the answer obviously is no.
Yeah.
Right. So you've got to look at not rushing the player, but giving the player some time and, okay, understanding this kid's 21. Where is he going to be at 23? Where is he going to be at 24? Right. So, and again, my point, that I tweeted out, look, I don't know if you use Hockey DB or Elite Prospects. Go look at some of the best.
A little bit of everything.
Yeah. Go look at the top 25 players over the last 5 or 10 years and look and count how many games they've played at the American Hockey League level.
Yeah. It's becoming
People don't realize, okay, the value that the American Hockey League has to organizations, to their development, and they just need some time. So I'm of the belief that Lysell's going to be a lot better next year. He'll come into camp ready. They still have some games obviously down, right? So
yeah,
I think it's just they'll be ready. I think now more than ever, the organization and players within it understand that there's an opportunity now, and they better seize that opportunity. So a player like a Harrison or a Lysell or any of their prospects that are signed, all right, you have a little bit of runway.
Yeah, that's the other reason why I would keep Harrison around for next year, because to your point, where has been the step up opportunity other than in Providence? And I can't tell you, I mean, Kenny, I think we've had this conversation before, but Boston does not view first, second, third, and fourth line the way fans see it in the traditional manner of lines 1, 2, 3 and checking. Like, they go, this is the Pasternak line, and your job is to go out and produce offense. This is the Kostelic line. We want you to forecheck, be physical, and do this. We'd like some offense from you if it's there, but focus on getting in on the forecheck, getting in and, using your speed. You know what I mean? Then they go with a third line where it's like, okay, we want you to go in and shut down the other team's offensive firepower. they just view it completely different based on player skill sets, not, okay, you're an elite player, you're automatically on our top line.
Yeah, and I wonder if this could possibly be a thing that will improve as he gets more minutes. You know, like you said, Providence hasn't been easy to work up. I mean, Boston, there was obviously, it was plugged at the top, not a lot of movement. Providence also still trying to balance the winning in the veterans. They go out and they get Pitlick on a PTO, and he's end up being incredible, and Tufty as well, and they have those guys. So I wonder if this is, when you talk about the situational, knowing when to do it, I wonder if that's something that will improve if he's able to move up the lineup next year and maybe play those minutes. And although he hasn't really earned it, I mean, Durant moved up, and I mean, they were kind of they were on that same line. And would I say that Duran earned it? I don't know. I don't think I'd say like, oh, he's been so good, he deserves to move up, but injuries happen and he sees the opportunity. He sees the opportunity so well on the top two lines that he ended up earning a call up at the end of the year to go up to Boston and play. So,
And he looked solid in Boston.
yeah, exactly. Well, he looked solid in the preseason as well. I thought him and Kuntar both looked decent in the preseason. So, it's something to definitely look out for next year. And it's just you have another year. So like, obviously you don't have to push him out the door right now. I'm just saying, like, when would that be the time? If in another year, if he still plays the way he is and he gets more minutes, is that the time where you're like, yeah, maybe don't re-sign him? But he's going to be an RFA as well. So maybe you bring him back for another year and say, hey, listen, maybe this is the year that you need to perform. Like, you kind of get into a sticky situation there.
And how do you balance that with, we can still move off of him now, because to your point, Craig, he is still young. Other teams are still going to see that potential in him. If we move off of him now, we could get something for him, versus if we wait another 2 or 3 years when he is 23, 24, if he's still this player, then we can't move off of him and we lose him for nothing. And we've kind of invested another 3 years into this player for no purpose other than to just have him walk.
Well, you would give him obviously the first 20 games next year, right? So you need a sample. So you give him 20 games. Where is he? Okay, where is his game at in 20 games? And then you'd have to assess that situation. If he's performing, let's say he's a point a game player for you now. Oh, we're seeing these strides. We're seeing progression. Then you go to the agent and you go to the player and say, we're going to bridge you, right? We're going to sign you for 1 year, one more year, and make it worth their while, right? So that's an option. But a question to you guys is Mitten going to be a first line center at the National Hockey League level?
No, I think he's penciled in as your 3C for next year.
Okay, so, right? So to Milbury's case, they need a first line center. Do you address that through free agency? Or you pencil Middlestat in there, okay? Or do you pencil Geeky in there, right? So the need is through the middle, right? So I think that's where all the attention is coming from. And that, from what I heard from a source tonight, the Bees have some presence in Baie-Comeau tonight, watching Daniel Waye. Again, so
yeah,
okay,
the more that I hear they're watching him, the more that I read on him. The you're talking about his 200-foot game. I just sit here and I go, that guy screams their target. So,
but again, these are all these questions that the organization and their scouting staff have to look through and have to address and have to project. Right? You look at their pro scouting side; they have done a fantastic job. Now, say what you want to say about Lindholm, right? And Z on the back end, right? Oh, well, they didn't fit good. They all this and that.
Which Lindholm, Hampus or Elias?
Well, right. Some people would say both.
Exactly. That's why I'm asking.
Well, all right. So, okay, Lindholm on the back end. They were trending in the right direction. The injury happens, right? There's 25 minutes of every situation you just lost, but everyone was shitting on him, right?
Yeah.
So you lost 25-minute caliber defenseman. Okay, so you take that out of your lineup. What do you got?
25 minutes to fill.
Right, and then you have Lindholm up front. Okay, the turnstile of wingers trying to see where he fits. He doesn't. Right, coaching change, all this, and what we found out, and you guys
and
talked
five
about it, he was
offensive
hurt.
systems and 5 offensive systems in 12 months.
Well, right. So then you're moving the family, you're doing all this and that. And plus, okay, what had come out yesterday or the day before, I think it was yesterday. Oh, well, he was a little banged up in training camp. Well, so there you go.
Back injury too.
Right. So now on the back end, Z, right? They finally got him with a complimentary type D-man. Did he try to do too much? Yes, that's the issue. Settle down, less is more. You didn't have to be this offensive juggernaut that he tried to be. That was the issue early on. He was trying to do way too much, trying to impress, trying to do this. When he settled in and calmed down a little bit, right, he was effective.
Yeah.
Is he going to be a second or third? Like, is he a number 2 guy? No, he doesn't need to be a number 2 guy. He needs to be a 3-4 guy that shuts people down.
Right. And to your point, when you lost Hampus Lindholm and 25 minutes a night had to be played and filled in, in
every situation.
Yeah, situational 25 minutes because Lindholm is a minute and a half on the penalty kill every time and a minute and a half on the power play every time. He had just taken over the power play. So now you've got to slide Mason Lohrei in on the power play, something he's learning for the very first time. So now he's swimming in waters above his head. Nikita Zadorov has to go in on the penalty kill. Again, if you're throwing him in there for, the last 25, 30 seconds of a penalty kill, it's not nearly as bad. But now he's the guy going in for a minute and a half. And that's where you're going to see those mistakes. Like you said, he's going to try to do too much. He's in over his head. That's the only way to put it. Now, both of them, I think, both Zadorov and Lohrei will be better in the long run for it. Sometimes you got to take that step back so you can learn, and that's what this season was. But you got to remember to take it with what it is. Now you've got Mason Lohrei going up against the Nikita Kucherovs of the game instead of having Hampus Lindholm go against those guys. Outmatched, overpowered, and just overused. You're not going to develop properly. You're still going to make all the same mistakes. Now, the catch is he learning from the mistakes? Is he making them repeatedly? Now, yes, you're not just going to make a mistake one time and go, oh, I've learned it, I'm never going to do that again. But it's the consistency of, does he make the decision any better or any different going forward?
Well, Andrew Peak. Right? You want to talk about depth chart. You want to talk about effectiveness, right? Do you keep Peak around? How effective was Peak this year?
I think his effectiveness was completely underrated. What do you think, Kenny?
Yeah, and I thought he was good this year, but it's hard to say, right? He has another year on his deal, and then do you hold a spot for Peak, especially when you know what's in the pipeline? I mean, we talk about it before. Like, I don't know if they're the same side, but Brunet and Gallagher look to be just a year or two away. So, I mean, yeah, Peak's been good, but when you look at it in a year from now, I don't know if you're gonna plug up that spot or give it to somebody who you've been developing for the last few years.
So again, these are conversations that, right?
I knew where you were going to go with that.
The pro scouting staff, okay, and the organization have, and they're having probably those conversations right now, and they're projecting their guys on the farm to see where they're going to. I hate ghost rosters, but now is the time where organizations, especially those that finish outside the playoffs, this is where the ghost roster for next season, the year after? Who do you have penciled in? Okay. Who are the targeted free agents that you want to bring in? Who don't you want to bring in? Who do you want to move away from your roster? Right? So those types and these types of conversations are happening on every level. And especially, and that's how people look at this and say, oh, well, it's going to take more time. It is going to take time. Is it going to be a quick retool? Okay. Not when you have organizational need and you have players on the farm that might not fit that organizational need right away.
Right. And
you
again,
cannot hit the fast forward button, because when you do, right, you have holes.
and that's another reason why I would say, at least for this offseason, Don Sweeney still needs to be your guy, because all of those pieces on the board that we're talking about, he is the most familiar with. He knows what he already sees based on the conversations that they had last year and the year before and the year before that. And so, we're talking about Andrew Peeke. The conversation around Peeke is, essentially, where's Ty Gallagher stand? Is Ty Gallagher is he an option to replace Andrew Peeke? Yes or no? If we say yes to that, okay, great. What's Ty Gallagher's projection? Is he going to be ready at the start of camp? And so we move on from Peeke now? Probably not. Okay, so we pencil Peeke in with Gallagher getting solid minutes in the American Hockey League. What's his timeline? Okay, let's call it a year. Now the player in Providence pushes and pushes, and he goes out and he shows you that he's more ready than you thought. Well, now you can move Peeke at the deadline to a different team, bring in another asset, whether it's a prospect or a draft pick, and you can move Gallagher up. Obviously, the ideal scenario is you're able to call him up for a game or two or a couple games. Again, no one roots for injuries, but something happens where Peeke needs to sit out for, 3 weeks, and you can get Gallagher a 7-game run and your defense doesn't miss a beat. Well, that tells you, okay, you can send him back down to Providence, put Peeke back in the lineup, and now he's a piece that you can shop around.
How old's Gallagher?
20. He just got signed from the NCAA. 22.
So you want to throw a 22-year-old right? You keep Peeke around for a year, right? And you throw a 23-year-old kid to be your 5-6 guy on the right side.
Well, and to your point, that's the conversation. That's the next conversation of, well, what are we being offered for Andrew Peeke? Are we getting offered something that's more valuable than having him and allowing Gallagher to step in? Well, if you're contending for a playoff position and you want to make a deep playoff run, you're probably better off keeping the depth. But if you're in a position that Boston is in, where you're trying to do this retool and do it quickly, well, next year is going to be the first year of an American Hockey League contract for Gallagher. I presume they're going to sign him to an NHL 2-way deal going into the season. But that might be just a paperwork thing. But again, that stuff's not hard to figure out. You get him on an ELC and you have him under control for a little bit.
So Yoki Haru, keep.
What's the number? That's my question.
Was he effective?
He was effective, but I don't want to overspend on him to keep him around. So I think he's a solid bridge guy.
How much is he worth? To give your guys, your young guys on the farm time, how much would you pay him in a 2-year contract? Would you sign him for a 2-year contract?
I think 2 years is the perfect term. I just don't know if he's going to want to take, $8 million over 2 years, or if it's two. You know what I mean? Because the players
how much was he making this year?
3.1. So you'd be giving him a little bit of a raise.
Would you sign him for 3.3, 3.2?
I'd try to, but again, is the player going to sign for that?
Well, That's where your culture, that's where your, right, the experience,
Now,
your exit meetings, all those things. Did he like the city? Did he like the atmosphere? Obviously, you're losing, right? You didn't win a whole bunch, but did he like the facilities? All these things. And again, those are all considerations that the organization has put into consideration over the last 10 years to make it a lot better, right? The big thing that I noticed, okay, from media day was especially McAvoy talking about the culture and it needing to change.
right.
So that was the elephant in the room, right?
Yeah. Well, the one that they hopefully shipped out of the room at the
So,
trade deadline.
well, I don't know.
I said hopefully.
It is what it is, but okay. So for a player like that, does he have value? Do you sign him? Okay. I thought the kid played pretty well. Transition.
Yeah.
He's hard nosed. He's not going to cost you, right? And that's what you have to determine with Peak. So Peak's going to be 27, 28. Is he playing some of his best hockey of his career right now? Right? At the National Hockey League level? Yes. So you try to get the best out of the player while you can. Right? And that's why you have a farm team, okay, that you give them time to percolate down in Providence.
Well, when it comes to it's funny that you were talking about Yoki Haru. When it comes to him, I wonder if they were doing a little bit of goodwill in that move, because they obviously, when they moved out Brandon Carlo, they knew they were going to need a right-handed defense, a right side defenseman. And Yoki Haru was in Buffalo. He wasn't getting a lot of time. It was not a great situation, and no one really excels in Buffalo at this point. So one of the biggest things that I noticed though in that was Yoki Haru's agent is our good old friend JP Barry. And JP Barry has another client who's a right side defenseman who Boston has wanted for many a year and will become a free agent this offseason. So I'm wondering if Sweeney kind of helps another client of Barry's get a little bit more shine to his name entering an unrestricted free agency offseason, to then have a slightly better relationship with that same agent in that same free agency window to go after Dante Fabro.
Why do you move Carlo right now? Why did they move Carlo?
Well, because they I think you hit the nail on the head before. You said it was the culture, and he was a big part of that. So you're trying to shift cultures, but you still need NHL players. You still need NHL defensemen. And, Dante Fabro has been someone who's been in solid culture-based locker rooms, especially in his time in Nashville, and could bring some of that with him. I'm not saying he's going to wear a letter, but if you're trying to reestablish the culture within, they've had interest in him quite a bit. So
I don't think I'm in a position to talk about culture and character on the Boston Bruins. Okay. Brandon Carlo was the heart and soul. He was a heart and soul type player.
Oh, I know he was. I'm not saying that he was a problem. I'm just saying when you're trying to shake up and reestablish a culture, right, the culture guys that are there, you can't be half pregnant on that move. You have to get rid of them all or keep them all.
Right.
And Sweeney made the decision they're all going to go.
Right. But why now? Okay. You're saying, okay, rebuild. But why didn't you keep Carlo with a little bit of term? Right. He's 28. Why didn't you keep him around? So there's value. You try to get value in return. Right. So they needed centermen. They needed value up front. So who are they targeting on the back end? Right? What players are you going to bring in to potentially fill, right, 22 or 23 minutes of a game, right? And what did Carlo bring to the playoffs the last few years, do you think he still has value moving forward in that position, right? You look at obviously Carlo was a great Bruin for the time and the gap where he filled and the position he filled. So again, those are all questions that you have to ask, right? So again, I don't have all the answers. I'm just saying.
Oh yeah, and we're speculating a lot.
Well, yeah, and it goes back to what Kenny mentioned about okay, well, when is it time? When when's it the right time for these young players to move up, right? So obviously they've got to earn it, but there's got to be a little bit of runway there and opportunity there for them too. But the decisions were made based on, right, it's time. So I don't know if you guys have done a deep dive on production from the players that they've moved, right? Frederick hasn't played a whole bunch because he's hurt. Marchand, right?
I think he's got 2 assists and 1 goal or something like that.
Right. So Carlo has been very effective beside Riley, and it's exactly what Toronto needed.
Yep.
Right? That shutdown type guy, right? Good puck mover, penalty killer, shot blocker, all those things. That's exactly what they needed. So, right? So you've got to ask yourself, okay, you got to think big picture and you got to take the fan lens off sometimes and say, what are they trying to accomplish? It might, right?
Yeah.
From a fan perspective, it sucks, right? You don't want to see that, but what are they trying to do and who are they trying to target moving forward to make sure that they get this right? And they have to get it right, especially
now
in that market, and especially now. When's the last time that they did something like this, right? I'll never forget the little kid, right? It's the big introduction of the year, the big press conference. They have all the season ticket holders there, and the little kid asks, Chara, do you think you're going to make the playoffs and this year? And Chara kind of laughs, and the whole, right, on stage, you remember?
Yeah.
It's a while ago.
I'll let you tell the story because I don't know if Kenny would remember.
Well, okay, they're all up on stage and they're looking at each other laughing like, oh yeah, we're going to make the playoffs. They didn't. They missed. Right? So, and you're like, oh, it was one of those years. I can't remember the year exactly, but they had 98 points and they missed.
Yeah.
Right. So, okay, where do you go from there? Right. So how do you get better? There's got to be that mindset that, and I know Stanley Cup or bust and all this stuff, and the Jacobs saying that we're driven to be a championship team, which is all fine and good. That's the ultimate goal for all the teams, but you got to make sure that you're doing the right things right now to draft the right people and to project. The pro scouting staff, like I alluded to earlier, they've done a good job targeting players, and it remains to be seen who they're going to target in free agency. Yeah. Are the goaltenders going to be better? If you're the Boston Bruins, you hope so. So,
yeah. Well, and to your point, and then I know we're probably running low on some of the time. I know you probably want to get back to your family, but to your point, like you said, some teams with that Stanley Cup or bust mindset, you look at Tampa and Florida and Colorado, they don't have a lot of future assets. And that's the problem that Boston found themselves in going into the deadline this year. So when you're looking at those pieces of value for other teams, Carlo, Coyle, and Marchand, that's where your deals come in, and that's why Don Sweeney did so well at the trade deadline this year, because he was able to identify the players that they needed to move on from to make this process get underway, and brought in what he needed to bring in. He brought in a slew of picks and a slew of prospects.
Well, how important is that?
How
important is that first rounder next year?
Oh, exactly. And one thing that
Protect
I'm
it.
starting to
Protect
try to I'm trying to start to warn people now. Like if Tampa Bay does not win the cup this year, they're royally fucked. Look at their cap space next year. Even with the cap going up, they have like $9 million to work with. They lose 6 NHL players off their roster, and they have no picks whatsoever to deal. And everybody on the roster has some sort of trade protection, except for one player, Brandon Hagel.
right? But that's the situation that the organization chose to be in.
Yep, and we saw
To
them do it
have it
last year. They dealt
right.
off Mikhail Sergachev
To
for
have a
cap
chance.
space to have a chance, and they have a chance now. So could they? I wouldn't be surprised if they lose out this year. Let's say they lose to Florida in the first round. I wouldn't be surprised if you see Brandon Hagel shipped out of town in Florida in Tampa because they need to bring in other pieces, whether it's young players who they think can impact the NHL roster now, or it's first round draft picks that they can turn around and flip for those players. They're going to do something. They have to.
Yep.
So, Kenny, did you have another question for Craig? There was couple other players that I wanted to ask you about from Moncton before you headed out, but if Kenny's got a question, I'll let him take it because I know
Well,
you
yeah,
and I
so
want to sit down at some point and really review Moncton.
yeah, so I mean, I'm just gonna say like fans are upset right now, and I understand it. The culture in Boston. I live in Connecticut, so like I'm a Jets fan and a Mets fan. Winning isn't like common where I'm rooting for football and baseball, but I know that Massachusetts is huge, where it's always just you have to win. It's always just winning, 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 and that's expected. But hindsight's 2020. But I look at teams like the Rangers right now, and I'm like, man, I thank God that Don Sweeney made this decision and shipped off all those players. And looking, I'm so excited for our future. And like I said, I look at a team like the Rangers, like that could have been us. That could have been Boston. And then you get there, and it's a really sticky situation because now it's like, how do you get out of this now? But I just before you go, I wanted to ask about Loki Johansson. I hear some great things out of him. I hate giving player comparisons. I hate doing it. I get asked all the time about guys in Providence. Oh, well, player comparison. I don't like to do that because one, I don't want to put an unrealistic tag on a player, and I also don't want to put a ceiling on him either because he's some of these guys are a few years away. We have no idea what's going to happen. So do you have an ETA? Is there a place he's expected to go next year? Is he going back to Moncton? I don't know if he's aged out. I know he signed in Boston. And I mean, like, what do you expect out of next year from him?
Well, I just got a message from a friend of mine, a hockey guy through and through. He's not a fan of Johansson at all, and I think the biggest thing here is we all see it differently. I've used the comparable time and time again of Andrew Alberts. Now Alberts probably skated a little bit better right now than Loki would, but I think the ETA on Loki is, it's going to take some time, right? And he's just adjusting to the North American style of game now. His pivots have improved. His overall game, in my opinion, has improved. I'm really impressed with his composure at times. Does he rush it? Does he force the issue at times? Yes, because he's a young player, and he you can tell that he really wants, right? He forces it because he cares and he wants, right? He forces the issue, but at times you could really tell that he's got that mean streak to him, that he's nasty, and you need that. And he understands his identity, Kenny. And I think that's the most important aspect in all of this. He understands that he's going to be a 5'6" guy. And what do you have to do to be a 5'6" guy? Well, you're gonna play this certain way. And I think that's in a player, if you know who you are, I think you're gonna go a long way, and you have the capability of going a long way. I think he plays. Where is he going to play next year? Obviously, with the rule change coming along with 3 Euros being allowed to play at the CHL level. I think that's a game changer for a lot of franchises. He signed, so does he go back to Europe and play? I think he probably reports to Providence and puts some time and effort. Is he ready to make that jump to the American Hockey League? He sure has progressed quite nicely.
His
This
contract
season,
is eligible for a slide, though, right? He can have a slide year
yes,
in there. Is it
right.
1 year or 2 that he would have? Do you know?
I'm not sure on the logistics of that and all the that type of thing, but all I'm trying to say is if he goes to Providence next year, he's going to have, it's going to be a big jump for him in certain areas, but he cares, right? And that's why he forces things a little bit. But he, from all, perception and observation, I think his teammates love him. I think he's a likable kid. I think he's got a great head on his shoulders. He's a character player, doesn't back down, protects his teammates. Does that sound like someone that you'd want in your organization? I think so. And they've identified it. And I think overall, the Bees did a good job here with the player.
Yeah. Do you have a few more minutes? I know you and I want to sit down and do a deeper dive into some of the Moncton guys. So I promise this question can wait. I know your family's looking for some time with you this evening, so I don't want to keep you for too long.
I should get going, but I will say this: when the time comes, we can talk about a lot of QMJHL prospects. Obviously, I'm not going to talk about rankings. You can check out Neutral Zone and that platform and catch some of the articles that are coming out with regards to our rankings and ratings and that type of thing. But yeah, any question, anytime, Chris, you know that.
Awesome. Well, I like I said, I want to sit down and go over this sometime with you and produce something for the people when it comes to some of those players. Like you said, maybe not the rankings, but just what they might be able to expect as we target some players for certain teams and whatnot. Can't thank you enough for jumping on. I know it was super last minute. I'm working on an official announcement to kind of let people know the direction of where things are going. With Dom taking his time for his family and stuff. So I know you're a little more praised as to what's going on there, being close with Dom. But Kenny has been awesome filling in as we've done some of these watch alongs. I've got the Dubuque game on right now, so we've got some Bruins prospects that are playing. I can't tell you how many times Kenny and I have just been sitting here watching hockey, going, "Which game are you watching right now?" I'm watching this one. Like, it's just all hockey's fun. So. Having folks like you jump in and, even on a whim for a few minutes I can't thank you enough for it. So Kenny, did you have any final thoughts or questions for Craig as we let him head out back to his family?
No, I just, I appreciate you answering some of my questions. This is my first year doing anything, kind of media related. So I haven't really done a deep dive into the QMJHL, but it's interesting. And like I said, I appreciate you answering all my stuff.
Oh, my pleasure, Kenny, anytime. And, the experience that you gain anytime you walk into a rink, receptivity. I've talked about receptivity a lot, especially for young players. If you're eager to learn and listen and learn, you can go places. And that's I don't have all the answers, but I try to pick the brains of people that might. And I think, there's a time and place where, you stand up for what you believe in and what you see in a player. And, if you formulate those opinions and you have, knowledge and you've done your research and you're knowledgeable in all those areas. And that's what an opportunity is, Kenny, right? You're a young kid. Opportunity in the media world is everything. So take full advantage of that. You asked some great questions. So again, it's my pleasure and thanks for the opportunity tonight, guys.
Absolutely. Anytime. Thanks for jumping on and we'll connect again soon.
For sure.
Tell your family we said thank you as well.
I will.
Have a good one.
See ya.
Yeah.
Thank you again for Craig jumping in. It was super last minute. But yeah, he goes to he works with the Moncton Wildcats, and we were talking about Denoyer, and I really think that he is someone that screams Boston Bruins draft pick for me. And honestly, if they're at 7, depending on what the order looks like ahead of them, I could see them try to jump into that 3, 4, 5 spot to try to get him. I really could.
Yeah, and I've also heard Frondell's name thrown around when people talk about Bruins type guys. It's like I said, it's going to be exciting to see where they fall in the lottery, because at the end of the day, there might be a trade, or they might just get the guy that they want, because that's how the dominoes fell. So
Yeah, and that's why when people are asking, well, what would you do with this pick? What would you do with this pick? Like, there are 7 different options just for where the Bruins can pick, but that doesn't change the fact that there are now so many. Mathematically, you're looking at over 50 different options to go through them all. Honestly, let's just wait till we get to the draft, and then we can say, this is where we're at. Now, what do you want to try and do with it? Like Craig said, what are you trying to accomplish at this draft pick or in this draft now that you have X draft pick? And that's going to be key. Dubuque is finally getting back on the ice for the second period. It felt like that one went the period break went on forever. So, but yeah, and definitely check out Craig on Neutral Zone as well for all his works over there. But he covers the Moncton Wildcats over there for them. So, great to see that he also ran into Sweeney at the game, and like you said, was there for both weeks. Again, doesn't sound like Sweeney's looking to walk away from the team anytime soon. So, hate to break some people's hearts on that one.
yeah, well, it's always interesting to hear about these guys, especially stuff that I'm not able to tune into. I try to tune into as much stuff as possible, but I'm also in college and money's tight, so I can't afford every single streaming service. But it's just interesting to hear his takes on some of these players, because I mean, Denoyer could be a Bruin or he might not be a Bruin, but it's still interesting to hear about the outlook. And of course, it's always great to hear about your own guys and how Loki's doing and all that.
Yeah, there's some, like I said, there's some guys that I want to talk to him about that are on Moncton that are eligible for the draft. I obviously I wouldn't expect them to go in the top, but you look at Boston, right? How many times have we seen them? And I wouldn't put it past Sweeney to put all this info. Like, did we ever hear about Don Sweeney going to scout Frondell? No. Does that mean he doesn't want Frondell as his pick? No. So now that he's out there and he's scouting and he has the opportunity to see Denoyer in person, someone else takes Denoyer, he ends up with Frondell. Maybe that's the guy he wanted in the first place. Who knows what's in his head, because he sure as hell ain't going to share it with us.
No, of
But,
course.
let's say he ends up at the 6th pick and he has his heart set on Denoyer, but he can't move up into 4. He can't move up into 3. Certainly not able to move up to 2 or 1. And if you're moving up that far, you're not taking Denoyer anyway. Like, all of a sudden, Denoyer gets picked right before. Now you've got to pivot and pick a different player. Well, you're going to go to the next best available, but because you didn't get the guy you want, you might then use another pick later in the draft to pick another center to have another bite at the apple for what you're really looking for. And you can use that 2nd round pick or a 3rd round pick. I'm trying to remember which draft it was. Now I got to go pull it up. There was one draft. I think it was the Lori draft, where they went 2 defensemen and two centers. Yeah, it was. It was the 2020 draft. 2nd round, they went Lori, defenseman. 3rd round, they went Kuntar, center. And then they went Langenbrunner, defenseman, and Riley Duran, center. 2nd, 3rd, 5th, and 6th. They had 4 picks, and they spent 2 of them on their 2 biggest positions of need. So it wouldn't surprise me if you see them go Denoyer and then, or Frondell and then, I have to pull up Moncton's roster real quick and see who I was looking at. Oh, this kid Julius Sumpf. I'm probably butchering it, but he's Canadian and German, 20 years old, scored 26 goals, 65 points in the 58 games this year for Moncton. 9 points in the playoffs for 8 games.
There's a few players that honestly, like, it shocks me that they're going to be going as low. There's still going to be great picks. There's going to be diamonds in the rough, just like there always is in every draft. I'm just looking right now. I somebody who impressed me a lot was Aiden Park. He played alongside Will Zellers in Green Bay. He's a guy that I would definitely like for the Bruins to go after. I think the Bruins have like the 100th pick. He's projected to go around there, maybe a little bit higher. That's a guy that I wouldn't mind you trade up a few picks to. So he was 94th on the NHL Central Scouting. I think there's a little bit of room there. So I think Boston has the 100th pick, and then I don't think they're going to select him any higher than that. But maybe you move up and get him. He's going to University of Michigan next season, so I would definitely take a chance on him. He's a guy that I've been telling people, watch out for him. He's been, great. And I wonder if that'll be someone. He's a center as well, so that would definitely be interesting. Another thing that was interesting. It's not Bruins related, but I saw
that's okay.
this.
We're not Bruins specific anymore on this, at least on this show.
Yeah. So I saw Aiden Park signed in the WHL for the playoffs right after his USHL season ended. And I saw somebody posted, and they said that Zellers isn't able to do that because he's not like affiliated with any of the teams. But that'll be interesting for the future. Maybe a team takes one of these guys that are high end and aren't going to come to the WHL or the CHL or any of those leagues. Maybe they take them late just so they can maybe get them for the playoffs.
Zellers might also not be able to do that because he's already committed to North Dakota.
Well, Park's committed to Michigan, so they're both in the same spot.
Okay.
What I heard was that it's because Zellers isn't affiliated with any of the team because he wasn't selected by anybody in the draft. I think Park was selected by Calgary, but he decided to go to the USHL instead. So now
gotcha.
Calgary's just they decided to bring him in for the playoffs, which
they had his rights, so they could snag him. So,
which is a very interesting move. People who are fans of other WHL teams were not happy about it, but I thought it was just an interesting thing that we might see more of in the future because it worked.
Yeah, and I'll be interested to see too. So how some of that ends up affecting with the new NCAA rule. I know Craig mentioned it. I mean, you look at a prospect currently in the W or in the O. Could they make the jump to a lower level college and then elevate? Because now with the college transfer portal, you can do a year at let's take Cole Spicer as an example. He just transferred into Arizona State. Obviously, there were other issues that caused him to leave NCAA in the first place, but 1 year at Arizona State, he still has 1 more year of NCAA eligibility. Now, all of a sudden, let's say he shines through at Arizona State. Can you get him into a program like BC or BU or Providence or UMaine or somewhere closer to Boston? As a Boston draft pick, you might want him a little closer, but now you get him into Hockey East, which is a much bigger brand of hockey. See where he's at there. Now you're elevating him through, and you're using all the leagues to your advantage to develop this player.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily, kind of talk down about the NCHC, which Arizona State is now.
No, but it's still not Hockey East, though. Let's be honest.
Of course, honestly, if I wish all of the Bruins prospects would be in Hockey East, just so they're close. Not even talking about the competitiveness. Listen, the NCHC has something that or doesn't have what Hockey East has. In Hockey East, any team can beat any team any night. It does not matter where you're ranked. It doesn't matter who's on the team. It's just that's what Hockey East is. And when you look at the NCHC, you see teams, unfortunately, and it kills me to say this, but a team like Miami, Ohio, where we have our guy Casper Nason still on that team.
Oh
I
my
mean, they had a
God.
ton of people transfer. So they played. They won 3 games, two of which were against Alaska Anchorage, and then they haven't won since November. And I cannot believe he is not left. He played pretty well, 10 points in 30 games, which doesn't seem great, but I mean, the team just was awful. So he played pretty well relative to how the team was. And man, I was kind of just waiting to see his
Well,
name hit the portal.
here's the thing though. Now that those players have all transferred out, he may be able to elevate his role on that team and show that instead of being a third liner, I can be better on the first line. Like more opportunities have now opened up where he is. He already knows the coaching staff, they know where he's at. So he may have opted to stay to get a better role next year because of who left. There's a whole bunch of avenues there.
Yeah, and honestly, that's why I'm fine with a guy like Zeller staying at UND. That team's always going to be good, regardless of who leaves. They might have one down season, but UND will always pick up. It's just in their blood. But a team like Miami, like, I don't know. At what point do you leave for maybe the same opportunity, but just on a better team? Because honestly, Nason was a second liner. He hovered second and third line.
Yeah.
At what point do you go to a top tier school, and then you could finally play? Because honestly, I think he would have done better on a different. Obviously, he would have done probably the same or better on a different team's third line. Imagine if they were competitive. Like Miami was just getting blown out the last few games of the season. So
Did you see that rip from Spicer from the dot?
no, I was looking at the screen. Unfortunately,
Oh, it just led to this face off in the dot, but he ripped it right into the defense. Like the guy got down to like he blocked it, but oh man, Spicer can shoot the puck, man.
he was inching closer to that point per game pace. I think he had 5 points in 2 games the last weekend of the USHL season. So he's definitely a guy I'd keep an eye on. Will Zeller's
Oh,
had
and he
2
just
points.
caused a turnover in the offensive zone. He caused it. Well, now they're going back the other way. But close game, 0-0 in the second.
Yeah,
It's been back and forth.
yeah.
Admittedly,
yeah.
I'm watching the goalies sitting there going, boy, do we need one of those guys in our pipeline?
Yeah, I gotta look. I have not, even though the Bruins definitely have to go after a goalie. I have not looked at the goalies available. So this will be interesting.
I honestly wouldn't be surprised if they drafted 2.
I would definitely draft one in maybe the 4th or 5th round, and then maybe what you go back at the 7th, or are you thinking like higher, get the number 1 guy out there?
I don't think you'll need to go that high. Let me just see. I got to pull up their because I think they have 2 seconds, if I'm not mistaken. Well, because there's a couple different ways you could approach it. Yeah, because you got the 2 seconds this year, but you got the 2 first rounders next year, one of which is Toronto. So I guess the question, and like when you look at some of the first round draft pick goaltenders of recent years, like there's high end talent there. That's where Spencer Knight went. That's where Sebastian Cossa was. It Cossa or Augustine? That was one of them was a first rounder. One of them was a third rounder, I think. But with the second draft pick in the second round this year, that one you've got Carolina's and you've got St. Louis's. St. Louis, actually, they're both going to be fairly late too. Like they could end up being back to back.
Yeah, honestly, I'm looking at this list, and there's definitely some solid goalies. I wish I looked at this list when we had Craig on, because a ton of these guys are QMJHL guys. I mean, so Joshua Ravensbergen, he was he? I think he was snubbed from Team Canada's World Junior team, but I saw him play when they were playing the CHL versus the NTDP games, and he looked great.
Right, and he's someone though that like do I see him going in the first round? Probably not. I know McKean's has him 24th, like ranked overall, like with their overall prospects. He's the first goaltender they have. But like if you really think someone's going to take him in the early second round, then you can package those two late second rounders and probably jump to 32.
Honestly, I'm not even looking at where he's projected in the draft. I'm just looking at the NHL Central Scouting. I mean, like I said, a ton of these guys are QMJHL. A ton of them are just CHL guys, so I wouldn't really know a lot about them. But a few names that jump out is Jack Ivankovic. He was unfortunately in net when Canada was playing against Latvia that game that ended up being one of the biggest upsets in hockey history. Some people were saying. And then, funny enough, they have Leonard Feldbergs, who was in the other net in that game for Latvia. He's way down the list. And then just another Patrick Quinlan. He played on the USA national team. And then the last guy I even recognize from this list is Dylan Lee Stack. I think he's gonna go play for Peterborough, but he went to Brunswick in Connecticut. And they had a decent season. So, but like I said, a lot of these guys I'm not really,
not overly familiar with.
Yeah, no. So I can't speak to a lot of these guys, but the few at the top of the list look decent. Honestly, it'll just be interesting. It'll be more interesting once they actually select them, and then I'm able to research them then, and especially goalies
and watch them.
Yeah, at least now I know who I'm watching. 20 guys on a list, it's a little bit difficult, but once I know it, of course, like I wasn't a goalie, so like I'm more familiar with like actual skaters and development that way. So like usually I stay careful when I'm talking about goalies, unless it's like a glaring issue or something like that.
Yeah, and I've always been better at the goaltending side of things. So
yeah, so like I said, I don't know if I said it on here, but I was like, yeah, I don't know what goalies would be looking at in the AHL, like development wise, like what they would be looking to improve on, or certain goalies, because like I was like, yeah, I don't know any of that really, but it'll be interesting to learn.
Yeah, and there's a few in there, like some of it is just who's up next, that kind of thing. I mean, there's a lot of great young goaltending already in the league, and each team only has 2 spots, and then their farm team only has 2 spots. So you really got to figure out, like, I don't want to say, are you going to waste a draft pick on someone, but just picking a name off this list, Denault, right? He's ranked 5th right now. He's a 5th ranked, but he's a big kid, 6'8", 206. People like big goaltenders. I can see him being taken, before you mentioned Ivan Kovic. He's only 5'11", 170. So people are liking that bigger goaltender because they take up more of the net to start, less work for them. Ivan Kovic maybe ends up going to the NCAA in a couple of years, and then he gets signed as an undrafted, a la Alvin Bouya, or Callum Tung. We were talking about him earlier. Like, is that a knock on Ivan Kovic? No, but it's a matter of, we only have so many spots for goaltenders. We're not taking one right now.
Well, and that's another thing. And as a fan, I know certain leagues are like upset about the NCAA rule with the CHLs, but I love it. I would prefer a guy just go get the best development, go play in the best leagues possible for that age. Because I feel like some players obviously had to sacrifice. Like some guys went to prep because they wanted to be eligible for the NCAA instead of going to the CHL. But if that's where you're better suited, and that's where you can see the best competition and get the best coaching, then perfect. Who cares? It's gonna be tough for the USHL. I know it's gonna be tougher for those leagues like the NAL and the NA3. Like it's just gonna be a chain where it just kind of gets tougher and tougher to get good players. But like I said, at the top or at the end of the day, it's just you want to see the best players put in the best spots possible. And I like that they're able to go from the CHL and then go play in the NCAA, because that's where I honestly think there's better development. You're playing against more grown people, playing against more grown guys.
Playing
You know,
against
and
grown
then
men at that point.
exactly. I mean, you look at some of these national championship teams, these guys are like 24, 25, 26 at that age, depending on how they play their cards. So
Yeah, even in the NCHC or the ECAC.
yeah,
They're
exactly.
not Hockey East, but you do
No,
play
no.
against those. But you do play against those colleges sometimes. So
It also helps with those guys that are lower, guys that are playing at a Holy Cross or playing at an Army, like Matt Godowski this year. You know,
mhm.
you go there, you tear it up, and then you earn something, you know, at the next level. I mean, you look at Sergeyev. I mean, it's a little bit different because he started at UConn hockey school, but you know, you play well enough that you can go and earn a top role at another school.
Yep.
So
Yeah, because like when you're BC, you're BU, you're Minnesota to some degree. Um, when you're some of these teams, your reputation alone makes people want to play for you. So as soon as you sit there and go, "We'd like you to come play for us," some players are going to be like, "Oh, okay, yeah, I'll transfer over, no problem." It's just a matter of Quinnipiac is another great example of that. Their reputation now is extreme. Extremely positive. Michigan State, like that list is going to only continue to grow now that CHL players can play in the NCAA.
yeah, and growing up, I mean, Quinnipiac never got the top players. They never got the USN TDP guys, but they still competed because they have this system. Rand Pecknell does a fantastic job. Bill Riga at the time did a fantastic job. They're the team that isn't, you know, 1, 2, and done, right? They're a team that keeps their guys around for 4 years. So they are a Western Michigan team where they're guys that have been playing in the system for 3 or 4 years. That's how they beat the teams with Cutter Gauthier playing in his freshman year and Will Smith playing in his freshman year.
Mm-hmm.
Let's not forget, Quinnipiac took that unbelievable Boston College team to overtime in well, the regional semifinals or the regional finals or whatever. They took one of the best teams in the country to basically the brink of elimination when fans who don't know what, you know, they don't
Yeah.
know Quinnipiac, they were like, "Oh yeah, smoked. I'm going to just put BC in the finals." So,
And if you look at it, like that was 22-23 season, right?
I think that was 23-24 because I think 22-23 Quinnipiac won the championship.
Oh yeah, that's right. Well, I mean, even looking at the 22-23 championship team, I mean, look at how many NHL players are on there. You had Quinlan, Colin Graff was on that team. Now Skylar Brindamore just made his debut. Yaniv Peretz, goaltender, he's been a very promising prospect. There's a couple guys that I'm missing on there, but they still produce 5, 6, 7 NHL guys from a championship roster. And then even this year, it's only getting more.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. If you are not drafted, Quinnipiac is the perfect school for you. This is what Rand Pecknell does. He gives these players that he thinks is deserving. He gives them this platform, and if you keep, you know, trusting him with your development, that's what happens. You have guys like Quillen, and you have guys like um, Graf, but you also have guys like Brindamore who didn't want to sign with his team in Edmonton originally.
Yeah.
He decided, listen, if if you end up not getting extended a contract or whatever, or if you don't want to sign there, Quinnipiac's a good spot too because you go there and then you'll have offers once you're done if you do the right things and play the right way. And again, it's interesting because last year you lose your whole top line, one of the best lines in the country, but they still found ways to win because they pick up a guy like Jack Ricketts who won team MVP, captain at Holy Cross. He was the only guy at Holy Cross that went to a development camp. He went to
Yep.
Toronto's. So it's interesting to see the different types of players. And I know some fans are upset about how the transfer portal kind of just ruined some of these smaller teams, but honestly, there is still ways. Like, listen, if you're an AHA team, you're not going to the national championship anyways. So, seeing your guys move on and progress to the next level is a good thing, in my opinion.
That's your
But
sell point for your school.
exactly, and that's how it is. You should be proud of that fact that you could do it. Just go out and try to win. You have to be reasonable. Go out and try to win your conference championship. Try to make it to the tournament, and then try to do what Bentley did. Just try to make it difficult for some of these teams because you're most likely going to be a 15, 16 seed anyways. Just win your conference championship. Figure out how to go from there.
Yeah, there's a term for that. It's called making some noise. Make some noise.
Yeah.
And just no, that's the thing is no one's expecting it. That's why when Quinnipiac won, it was such a big deal because no one was expecting it. So and now that's why I'm thrilled for a guy like Elliot Groenwald who's there. Oh, hi! You gotta put that one on net with the goalie down. Oh, 4 minutes left in the second here. So, with this still going on, though, I do want to shift a little bit. I know we've spent all this time talking AHL, Q, all that stuff.
Yeah, we talked about everything.
But there's one major thing we haven't gone over yet. NHL playoffs, man.
Oh yeah, exciting! Starts tomorrow night. I'm ready.
Like bracket challenges are going on now. Like,
oh yeah, I filled out a few myself. Submit them. Maybe hopefully win some prizes. Who knows?
Yeah, I have. Like, I want to sit here and say I have confidence in mine, and then I go, but I could do 7 of them and have confidence in all of them.
Like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, a lot of these first round matchups are going to be fun. They're going to be fun to watch for sure.
There's a reason why the first round of the playoffs in the NHL is the best round of playoffs in any sport.
Yeah, it's like the round of 64 in March Madness. And I love how they have it staggered. So Sunday it's going to be 3, and then 5, and then 7, and then 9, and then it's awesome. Like it's a full day of hockey.
So, and what's great about it too is you have some really good matchups. Like even the ones that you look at and go, yeah, no fucking chance. There's a reason why you can sit there and go, yeah, but maybe, like, Leafs Senators. First of all, the inner rivalry of that is you won't be able to match it. Toronto's had no success in the playoffs to speak of for so long, and Ottawa has been a shit team for so long that the want for both sides is going to be so high.
Yeah, and that's the main thing. Like, even if there's a series where you're like, I don't really know, those teams are going to be fighting like hell regardless. They're going to be playing their best hockey. They're going to be finishing hits. They're going to be doing everything in their power to, like you said, make some noise. And I look at a series like Winnipeg and St. Louis, and I'm like, yeah, Winnipeg, but St. Louis is also on a roll right now. They are hot at the right time. That's not.
And Winnipeg's coming into it with some injuries.
Yeah, so like I said, it's going to be fun to watch.
So you start with the West or start with the East? Which side do you like better?
We'll start with the West. We'll go with the West first.
With the West, all right. Well, you mentioned it. Winnipeg, St. Louis. I mean, I mentioned Winnipeg's got some key injuries. Hellebuck has had shit playoffs the last couple of years. Amazing record-setting almost seasons. Dude's gonna win another Vezina this year. Like if you put money on anybody else, you just made a donation. But yet in the playoffs, the last couple of years, he has turned to absolute puppy poo. And the defense in front of him has not been helpful. Like that's been a major contribution to his lack of production. And the Blues are coming in high. But did the Blues peak too soon? Is a very valid question. And you just had this goaltending matchup in the Four Nations face-off, and Jordan Binnington won it.
It's so difficult now, like, witnessing it twice on TD Garden ice. It is so hard to say, nope, Jordan Binnington is not going to show up in the big moments, because he will, and he can. And honestly, I don't know if I could say the same about Connor Hellebuck because he hasn't been good when the lights were shining.
Even when he's been okay, like when he's been decent, he still gives up the timely goal.
It's just this is the series where I'm like, this is the one that's gonna be like the most fun for me. Honestly, I'm so interested. If St. Louis comes out and wins this first game, I wouldn't be surprised maybe if they won in 5. Like
Well,
it is.
see, I look at it the other way. The longer the series goes, the better it is for St. Louis. Because the more pressure gets put on Hellebuck and the more likely he is to collapse onto it. And Binnington, like you said, he just, for whatever reason in that big game, plays his best. He steps up. So if you get to a game 7, I'm taking St. Louis in a 7th game.
Well, it looks bad for Winnipeg either or because man, I would not want to be Winnipeg playing 7 games against the St. Louis Blues and then I got to run into either Colorado or Dallas in the next round.
I was gonna say neither team is making it past the second round. I think we can make that clear.
That
like,
is just.
I know Winnipeg's been a wagon this year, but I don't have them getting past the second round in any of my brackets. I just don't see it.
They need to make quick work of this series in St. Louis. Connor Hellebuck needs to get the confidence under him. They need to get some guys back. That's how it has to be. If this series drags out longer than 5 games, not even a chance to win that second round, regardless of if the other series goes 7 games.
Yeah, they need to put them away. They need to do a 4 or 5 game to have a shot at the second round, regardless of whether it's Dallas or Colorado, which we'll get to in a minute. But your selection for this series, what do you think the deciding factor is going to be as Dubuque heads into the second period break here?
I can't even believe it. This game's should I even say it? This game's going by so yeah.
We've had that mistake happen before. I will say, I like how they put the countdown, and I know Nesson has started doing it, the countdown for the next period.
Yeah.
I like that they've been doing that. So.
Yeah, so at least we know. But for the second round,
honestly, who do you have advancing between Winnipeg and St. Louis? How do you what's your pick for that series?
I'm gonna take Winnipeg just because, just paper wise, but I would not be shocked one bit, and I will not be cheering for Winnipeg either. I hope that my bracket gets busted, and I hope that I make a fool of myself because I want St. Louis to win. I want Jim Montgomery to win. I want them to just knock out this Winnipeg team. And honestly, this happens with a lot of franchises, but I've seen a lot of Winnipeg fans, especially after beating the Bruins, they lose control. They get good for one season, and then they start, talking a little too much. So I would love to see Winnipeg get put in their place for, what is it now, 3rd, 4th time?
Yeah.
Love it.
See, part of me wants to see Winnipeg get the win. Like, they deserve it. They were solidly the better team during the regular season. That doesn't matter. And Hellebuck has proven to be beatable in a multi-game series, and I don't think that's gone away. Binnington has proven to be a series-capable winning goaltender. And both teams, I know, yes, offensively and defensively, when you look at them in a bubble, you probably give every advantage possible to Winnipeg. There's no valid reason to pick St. Louis other than the run that they've been on. They buy in so much as a team. They're a team that if they fell behind, 3-2 in the series, they're still not going to rule themselves out of it. They're not going to sit there and look at it and go, oh shit, now we got to win 2 in a row. They're going to go, we just need to win tonight. We'll deal with that next game when we get to it because we've got to do this now first. And that mindset, that mentality has proven time and time again to be a winning mentality. Also, let's be honest, as Bruins fans, which team winning this series just throws the dagger into the fan base more, twists it, and just annoys the hell out of us because we got to hear more about the Bruins shouldn't have fired Jim Montgomery. See, he wasn't the problem. That narrative can't end in the first round. It just won't. So that's why I'm sitting here going, it's got to be St. Louis that wins this, because that narrative will not die with this fan base, and it would only die if they lost in the first round.
Yeah, it's so hard to think about it though. Like Winnipeg playing even at their best with Hellebuck playing with the way that he's been playing in those big games versus St. Louis playing the way that they're playing with Binnington elevating his game and playing at that whole nother level that we know he can get to. That's going to be a fun series. The Jets whiteout's going to be a great time just to watch even on TV. I would kill to go there, but that's going to be an interesting series to say the least.
Surprisingly, I think it goes 7.
I don't even think that's surprising. That is, I agree. I think this goes 6 or 7. Honestly,
and the team that can win it on the road would be St. Louis. Like, in at least one of my brackets, I know I went with Blues in 7.
Even now, Jordan Binnington did that already this year. He just did that. He just won on the road. He won in TD Garden. American fans booing the anthem, all that. Everybody
booing him because it's a Boston crowd after what he did in 2019. Like, he is the fuck you goalie of the decade.
And guess what? And it's not like he played overtime and did nothing. He made some massive saves in overtime.
Timely,
he has made
up
2
the ass on those saves,
or 3 to the point where you're like, I cannot believe this game is over. Without Jordan Binnington, Canada loses in probably regulation. It's so hard to pick against either team just the way that it's been going, but do not be shocked if St. Louis ends up pulling this off.
And not a single person picked Binnington to be Team Canada's starter except for Don Sweeney and company.
People on Twitter were so upset that they didn't take Logan Thompson, and honestly, rightfully so.
So,
but man,
do you know why they didn't pick Logan Thompson?
Well, I mean, the year. Well, so when did they have to get these rosters in? So that was before he really took off. And
they were never going to take Logan Thompson.
Yeah,
because they were taking Aiden Hill.
Oh, is that because it's Bruce Cassidy's guy?
No, it's because Thompson backed up Hill in Vegas. And basically, Thompson, I don't want to say he demanded a trade, but was, they were into the same situation as what Boston did with Allmark and Swayman. I want to play more. Well, so do I. Well, Hill's the one who just won us the cup, so we're going to choose him. Why would Logan Thompson accept the invite to go play for his coach who just got him shipped out of town on fan appreciation night when he's supposed to be signing autographs?
Yeah, well, also,
how's that locker room going to look when you have the 2 of them plus some random third goaltender who's like, I don't want to be stuck in the middle of this shit?
Well, also, you look at it and you're like, well, if I'm Bruce Cassidy and I'm talking to people that are making the team, I'm like, listen, we picked Hill because we believe in him more than Logan Thompson anyways. So yeah, it would make more sense to take Hill over Thompson, but at the end of the day, that Binnington pick was a tournament saver for Canada.
But here's the other thing: Don Sweeney and Bruce Cassidy, they both watched Binnington in person in 2019.
Yeah, unfortunately.
And they both went, we finally have him on our side, we're going to use him. And it worked.
Yeah, unbelievable the way that he was able to play. And honestly, it's even more impressive like what Canada kind of went through during the tournament where they didn't have the strongest start. No. Binnington didn't even have the strongest start, but the way that he finished, that's what wins you championships. That's what wins you series. That's what wins you a cup right there.
So are you officially taking St. Louis too?
Oh, dude. I'm talking myself into it right now. I don't. Oh,
I also look at the Winnipeg Jets and I go, they fold under the pressure. They have key injuries. I want to say Ehlers is one of the injuries that they have.
but even if he comes back and he's not 100%, like that's another thing.
Ehlers
That's
and
huge.
Velarde. Velarde was the other one.
Are
Ehlers
they
is a foot injury and Velarde is an upper body injury.
are they both coming back for game 1 or no?
I believe Ehlers is week to week. So Velarde might come back for game 1, but Ehlers is week to week as of a couple days ago.
Yeah.
So
Losing Ehlers or having Ehlers not 100% is a huge blow to that team, honestly.
yeah.
So,
And Velarde, even if he comes back, I don't think will be 100%. And let's be honest, Ehlers is their third leading point scorer, and Velarde is their fifth leading point scorer. You're losing two top five point scorers for you, including a 27 goal scorer in Velarde. Like,
yeah.
they're both basically 25 goal scorers. You're losing 50 goals in your regular season, basically, between the two of them. I I think you get a little bit of a jolt when one of them comes back, but I don't think it's enough to put them over.
I don't know. This is good.
Add
All I
that
know
add
is
that to the Binnington and the defense in front of them that just always seems to fall apart. I just sit there and I go, I just don't see it. I know it doesn't make any logical sense on paper, but
yeah, I don't know. I'm going to stick with Winnipeg, but like I said,
very hesitantly, clearly.
yeah, no, I'm going to stay with Winnipeg, but uh yeah, I'll just stop there. I'll keep it at Winnipeg, and we'll say hesitantly, I will stay with the Jets.
All right. Well, we'll go and we'll determine now who their next round matchup would be against. Who you got in Dallas, Colorado?
I'm taking Colorado. Just the only thing that puts it over for me right now is just I want to see Coyle win. I think that they're two very good teams. I think that they're both going to be evenly matched, and honestly, whoever wins is going to make it to the conference finals, anyways.
So, how many games do you have the series going with Colorado winning?
6. Either way, I think it'll be 6 or 7. It's going to be a late series. I don't see a team sweeping or winning in 5. That's where
I absolutely do. I have
You do?
I have Colorado in 5.
Wow.
Think
I do
about
not.
think about this. Dallas has played one game with Tyler Seguin back in the lineup. They just lost Jason Robertson, and they won't have Miro Heiskanen.
Jason Robertson's tough. When is Heiskanen coming back?
He wouldn't come back until at least the second round.
Yeah.
And, oh, by the way, the emotional boost that Colorado just got to their locker room with Gabriel Landeskog coming back, they're just, I would not be surprised if you see the series go Colorado, Colorado, Dallas, Colorado, Colorado.
It's tough with Heiskanen. I think the team can go a few games and be fine, but in a playoff series, losing a defenseman that eats up that amount of minutes and trying to plug in different things and trying to, kind of pass the minutes around so you can kind of fill in that spot, that's going to be difficult for a team down the stretch in a playoff series. If you make it 5-6 games, it's going to be hard. You're going to be put in a position where you kind of haven't been in all season. You're going to be playing more minutes. Not to mention it's a playoff series, so you're going to be banged up. You're going to get hit all the time. Every hit's going to be finished, and not only that, you're now holding that burden of not having that guy there, not having Heiskanen play. So now you got to fill in there. I like Colorado's depth. Jason Robertson's a big one. Tyler Seguin coming back again. Like you got to see.
He's played one game. He hasn't exactly had a ramp up period.
That
And,
exactly where
and I
Gabriel
know
Landeskog has had a little
exactly.
bit
He had
in
the
the
conditioning
AHL.
stint in the AHL. So,
I mean, like I said, I like Ottinger as well.
I
but
wouldn't be surprised if it goes 6. I really wouldn't be surprised if it goes 6 or 7. I'm just saying, of all the teams that know how to put a team away early, it's going to be Colorado.
Yeah, but it's going to be another series that's going to be fun. I'm excited to see
Oh,
it.
absolutely. I don't see any of the series being disappointing.
No,
Because even the one,
that's
even the
what
one
makes,
or two that I have as sweeps, I don't think will be boring sweeps. I'll put it that way.
and that's what makes hockey the best sport on the planet. You go watch basketball. Some of these teams get swept in 4 games and they don't even put up anything. But hockey, it's different. They're going to battle till the end.
Yeah, and there is one. I'm trying to find what the odds are. Let's see. Oh, that's for the series. I'm trying to pull up the odds for Conn Smythe as well, just because I want to see where someone ranks in particular for it. Playoff series. Oh, I had it earlier, and now I just got to find it again on DraftKings. I was just going to go off of their odds. Oh, awards. Here we go. How do you feel about plus 10,000 odds for Mackenzie Blackwood to win the Conn Smythe?
I mean, I wouldn't be putting my life savings on it, but that's a bet I'd take, and I'm not a betting man.
Well, let me put it to you this way: at plus 10,000, a $5 bet will win you $500 and change.
Yeah, and I think that is not a bad gamble.
If you're looking for a long shot, let me be clear about that. If you're looking for a long shot,
I don't think that's even as long of a shot as it may appear, honestly, because
28-year-old goaltender, first time in the playoffs, who has put up good numbers in the past as a starting goaltender.
I think he's ready to go.
Yeah, if anybody's going to be pumped for it, he absolutely will be. I'm trying to pull up what his numbers were because he had that year in he had that one really good year where he peaked in New Jersey. Let's see. He had the 915 over 47 games in 1920. And his goals against that year was 277. If he can do anything close to that in the playoffs, he's put himself in the running.
The fact that he was in San Jose and he makes that move and just plays the way he does, that's a guy that just he wants to play winning hockey. He played well in San Jose in that situation. He's basically seen both ends of the spectrum for team wise. I think he's going to be ready to go, and I think he's going to be a factor for sure.
It's scary how consistent he has been between the 19 games this year with San Jose and the 37 for Colorado. You would think his numbers would improve drastically, but the ones he can control, his save percentage in San Jose last year was 912. This year was 909. This year in 37 games with Colorado, it's a 913. So you're talking a few shots off. His goals against average this year was 3 on the dot. Last year was 255. This year with Colorado, in just that sample size, is 233. It's right in the middle. Or actually, it's the lowest of all of them. The numbers, though, that I really look at here is this year in Colorado, he's had 3 shutouts. He had 1 for San Jose this year, and he had 2 for him last year. Shutouts for that San Jose team.
Yeah.
I got to put enough emphasis on that. He had 10 quality starts of 19 when he was with San Jose. Now, the quality start metric is, I don't know how familiar with it you are, but it's a start where the save percentage is above the goaltender's yearly save percentage, or is at least 88.5% on a night with 20 or fewer shots. So there's two different methods to calculate it. It's based on the number of shots, or if it's over 20 shots, it's compared to their average for the season. This year in San Jose, he had 10. This year in Colorado, he's had 24.
Can I just say, what a great trade by Colorado to move on from Georgiev, who struggled last year in the playoffs.
It was a decent deal for San Jose, too, because they were able to bring in an asset to help them and bring in something that they could just let walk away.
Yeah, so they brought in, I believe, Kovalenko, and then they also got a pick as well on top of Georgiev, who, again, he's there to basically eat starts at this point. Just a guy that they could throw in net and hopefully stay competitive with, which is fine. He's most likely going to move on when he's ready, but at that point,
Yeah,
Askarov is going to be ready to go. So
Kovalenko, and they got a second and a fifth round pick in this year's draft. They don't have to wait to use those picks. They got 2 draft picks this year.
It was a win-win. It was a win-win trade.
Yeah, 100%.
And I think it's the same thing with Boston in that Toronto trade. I mean, I know Brandon Carlo's playing well, and he's a guy where even though he's playing with the Maple Leafs, I'm glad that he's doing well. But Boston also had a great return. I mean, Fraser Minton is most likely going to be in the starting lineup next season. He's a guy that can also learn on the job because he's great defensively. So, and they also got that pick as well. So it was just a win-win trade in both of those scenarios.
Absolutely. So I have, like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if it went longer if, players started to get healthy for Dallas, if the Robertson injury isn't as bad. But Colorado, I just look at them and go, they can put them away in 5.
Yeah.
And they know the importance of doing so.
Yeah. So, I mean, we basically agree. I said Colorado in 6. You said Colorado in 5.
I'm going to jump to the bottom half of the bracket. So that puts a second round matchup of St. Louis and Colorado. I think we both are in lockstep that Colorado wins.
Yeah, Colorado's going to win it regardless of who you have in that spot anyways.
So the other half of the bracket, I want to start with the Kings Oilers matchup because I feel like we'll talk about that one a little less because I think we might agree on that one. Where do you stand on that one?
The narrative of the Kings just losing to the Oilers every year, I honestly think that's over. Edmonton's banged up. And again, relating it back to the Bruins, that was a great trade where we move on from Frederick, and Frederick plays 2 games and unfortunately gets injured again. Max Jones just scored his first goal.
Was it even 2 games? Did he even make it 2 games?
Maybe it was 1. He definitely suited up for a game, and I don't know if it worked or not as Madison just scored. So, but what a great trade there.
Filthy backhand on that goal.
I know. Beautiful pass too. But
controlled that nicely. 18 minutes left. Oh man, we could be looking at a 1-0 dub for Madison.
Beautiful pass though. I like, honestly, what a play all around. Beautiful.
Yeah. Goalie's got to have that though.
It's one of those timely saves where it's like, you'd really like for your guys.
Right. I'll put it this way. I'm not going to say the goalie sucks, but that's one that you sit there and you go, God, I really wish we had that one.
Yeah, especially with how even this game has been as well. It's you don't want to give up the first one in a game like this, obviously.
Oh, and he just kept that in the zone. Look at the possession. Oh, man. He hung on to that like he was Jaromir Jagr.
Oh, man.
Anyway.
Yes.
So you've got the Kings advancing still.
I do. I have the Kings advancing. I also think it's going to be difficult to beat Darcy Kemper as well. I think he's going to be great.
I hesitantly picked the Kings. I think the Kings can do it in 6. They better do it in 6 because I mean, if you look at the list of injuries, you've got Draisaitl, who's still not going to be 100%. I've heard McDavid is more healthy than he's ever been, so I'm not ruling that out. But Draisaitl is still not going to be 100%. Ekholm is out, and that's a crucial injury. Frederick is out. That's a key injury because that helps slot people in the right spots. I know Hyman missed the game on Wednesday with an undisclosed injury, so he won't be 100%. I don't think they're going to get Kane back right away, and even if they do, he's still in recovery mode. Stetcher's a key player for him, and he's going to be out, and Wallman's going to be out. And I mean, some of their depth is also hurt. They picked up Alec Regula from us, and he hasn't played all year. But you're talking what 5-6 key guys. Whereas with LA, you're looking at Adrian Kempe, who just got hurt, Deneau, who didn't play. But most of those guys were just out for the rest.
Yeah, so I think that Edmonton really should stop making moves on some of these Boston guys because I think Regula shut down for the season. I think he got shut down like a week or two after Edmonton ended up picking him up. So, I mean, Regula was injured to begin the season, comes back, Boston places him on waivers for,
the purposes of getting to Providence.
Yeah, and then they pick him up. He plays 2 weeks and I think minimal role or in Bakersfield, whatever one it was, and then ends up getting injured again. So, and same with Frederick. So Frederick comes back, plays a game, and honestly, Max Warner didn't look too bad in his thing. So that's going to be interesting to see how he plays. I don't know how the lineup is going to shake out. I don't know if he's going to be a player that's going to be eating up a ton of minutes, especially with Gallagher there. I honestly think Gallagher is going to play a lot, but yeah, like I said, it's so difficult to rule out Connor McDavid, especially the way that he's been playing. It's so difficult to rule out Leon Draisaitl, even though he's not going to be 100%.
No, but it is super easy to rule out Stuart Skinner.
Yeah, exactly. Especially against Darcy Kemper, who's been incredible this year.
And has a cup to his name.
Yeah, I think this is the year that the Kings get it done.
That's why I went with the Kings in 6. I just feel like saying Kings in 7 is too, I want to say it's too easy. It just doesn't seem, it's almost too logical to say that this is going to go 7.
Yeah, I'll agree. I think 6 games is a good benchmark.
And 5-6 games tends to be the most, plus this time the Kings are the home team. So you try to take one from Edmonton and then you get 2 more games at home. I know one of them would be game 7, but if you can get the split, then you go into the game 6 with confidence that you can get a game on the road and then you don't have to play a game 7. So I think that's where they're going to come at it from.
And I think that's a big thing. There's being in Edmonton, those fans are going to be crazy. It's going to be a difficult place to play. You take one there and then you come back home and you figure out the rest. So I think I think 6 is going to be perfect.
Which team do you think really has more pressure on them? The team trying to get back to the finals with the best player on the planet and one of the other top 5 players on the planet, still with mediocre goaltending and haven't addressed that elephant in the room ever, or the team that has already lost to them 4 straight years?
Yeah, of course, Edmonton. It'll be always, no matter where Edmonton is, there's always going to be that pressure on Edmonton. Yep. I mean, if you have the 2 best players in the world and you still can't figure out a way and you're not building or you're not attempting to build a team around them, there's always going to be that pressure, regardless of if they're the second wild card team or they're the number 1 team in the NHL.
Yeah, especially like you said, when you're not even trying to make the necessary changes,
I mean, I feel like people just talk about the same thing each year. This team has no goaltending. They don't even Jack Campbell, was that the last time they tried to address it? He ends up getting sent down and he ends up getting moved. I remember Cam Talbot brought in a ways ago.
They're a team that, at this point, the question is what are you going to do next? Because I think Skinner's got 1 more year, but we can dive into that, after. I want to get through and have a bracket here. Plus Plus, there'll be plenty of time in the offseason when they don't win to dissect their goaltending. I left this one for last. I'm very curious to see where you stand. Vegas, Minnesota. How many games do you have this one going? Because that might make me guess who you have advancing in this one.
I hate to say it. It's so hard to count out Vegas ever. I think Minnesota's a good team. I think they have the goaltending. I like Philip Gustafson. I like Marc-Andre Fleury as well. I wish.
And they just called up Wallstead.
Yes, I mean they're going to be fine with goaltending for the next few years, anyways. It's not a huge deal, but unfortunately, Vegas would be my pick in that series.
How many games?
Do I say 6? 6 again? I don't know. I'll say 5 or 6. I mean, that's in every series, but I would say 5 or 6, honestly.
So here's the thing for me, right? They've just rested. Vegas has just rested Barbashev, Hannafin, Hurdle, Sod, Stone, and Whitecloud. They didn't rest Eichel. None of them are 100%. Like, none of them. Stone is prone to injury, and they've gone on deep cup runs consistently. Again, it really doesn't make as much sense, but honestly, I'm going Minnesota here because Kaprizov just came back from his injury. He is fresh because he missed so much time. He is well rested, fresh, and hungry to keep scoring goals, and he did not miss a beat when he re-entered the lineup. They just got Joel Eriksson Ek back, who just started doing the same thing. So they just got their most important players back with time to ramp them back into the lineup. They didn't miss a single beat. And oh, by the way, I don't think it can be discounted how much this team loves Marc-Andre Fleury, and they're going to go into it with the moniker of win it for Flower.
It wouldn't shock me. Just for me, it's difficult to count out Vegas ever.
Absolutely, 100%.
When it gets to the next round, seeing them play against the Kings, in my opinion, that'll be a much more difficult thing. But I think that this West side is loaded. Like, honestly, there's only really one team I don't see making a huge run, and that's
St.
the
Louis.
Team. Well, it's also their side of the bracket as well. So
yeah,
I mean, if they played the Kings in the next round, maybe I'll or maybe if Edmonton ends up pulling off that upset, I could definitely see St. Louis making a run. But yeah, St. Louis is like the only team that I'm not going to see winning.
One of these things is not like the other.
Yeah, so it's difficult. Like, I'm not like I completely understand where you're coming from. It's just Vegas. Like
I said, it doesn't make a lot of sense, but I just sit there and I go, they're healthier. The locker room just seems to be better off right now. And they have that win it for Flower mentality, which is, kind of going to coincide with win it for Ovi on the other side of the bracket. But that can't be discounted. And their best players are not tired from an 82-game season. Kirill Kaprizov played, 30-some-odd games this year? 41 games and scored 25 goals. Marco Rossi, 24 goals in 82 games, and Matt Boldy, 27 goals in 82 games. So if you look at the players who played in 82 games, it was those Boldy, Rossi, and Gaudreau. If you look at the players who played the most for Vegas this year, Dorofeev, Kolasar, McNabb all played in 82, Howden and Hannafin in 80. Eichel played in 77. Mark Stone played in 66. So again, guys with histories of injuries too, by the way. Kaprizov doesn't have a history of injury compared to Mark Stone. So I look at this and I go, at some point they're going to have to break through, and they're going to lean on Marc-Andre Fleury for, emotional support and everything through the whole thing. And I think it's going to be stronger than people give him credit for in that regard. So I have them going against the Kings in the next round.
Well, also not to mention having a guy that's won a few cups in the locker room is never a bad thing.
Yeah, that helps.
Yeah, I mean,
I know I might not be convincing you of it, but I could very easily be talked into Vegas winning it. I don't think this is the year that Vegas makes that next deep run.
I don't think they're gonna make a deep run. I honestly have them out next round against the Kings, but I still think that they could get through Minnesota. That's what I think. Like I said, I understand.
I have Minnesota beating the Kings in the next round.
This is gonna be fun.
You got to be able to score, man, and the Wild can do that. They can do that. Kaprizov versus Kemper. I give the advantage to Kaprizov.
Are we going on to the next round now?
I think so, at least in the West.
All right.
I will say this though, if the Kings can get a boost from beating Edmonton, it's not unheard of to say they could also beat Vegas. It's just the way the Kings are going to have to win. They're going to have to win. They have to win games 2-0, 2-1, 3-2. And I don't think they can consistently get 3 goals in the playoffs. That's the part that worries me about the Kings. I look at the Wild, I look at Vegas, I look at Edmonton, and I go, 3 goals will be their average.
It'll be interesting. Again, when you look at the locker room stuff, having a guy like Anze Kopitar in the locker room, with his experience is going to be huge, especially since he's still producing at a high level. Kevin Fiala is a good player. They're a team that, and this is the thing though, they're a team that has been winning like that kind of all season. So being in these close games, I believe that they'll have an edge. Listen, at some point you're just going to give up 5 goals and you're just not going to be able to do anything about it. But when it comes down to it and you're playing in these 1-1 games going into the third period, or you're playing in these, 1-0 games that maybe you're down, or maybe you're, whatever, I think that, they might be better suited for playoff hockey for those close games where you're going to be in a 0-0 game heading into the third or something like that. I just think that those are the games where they're going to be able to find a win. But then you're right. There's going to be games where, maybe Kemper doesn't play the best, and then they put up 3 in the first period, and then you could kind of write this game off.
I also try to look at it like this too. Like if you look at the Oilers-Kings matchup as an example, right? How many players on the Kings can you sit there and go, yeah, I could see them winning the Conn Smythe?
If they went and ended up winning the cup.
Yeah, with that assumption, yeah.
Yeah. Maybe 2.
Kemper and Kempe?
Kemper. Yeah, Kempe, maybe Kopitar. Maybe.
Right. He would have to shut everyone down, from that perspective. But yeah, maybe 3. To say 3, you're stretching the word maybe quite a bit.
Yeah.
Edmonton, how many players on that team could win it?
2.
You don't think Evan Bouchard would have a shot?
I'll have to stretch my maybe.
On Bouchard. But
yeah,
you definitively can sit there and go, McDavid just won it in a losing effort. Of course he can win it again. And Leon Draisaitl absolutely can do it again. So definitively, McDavid 2. And Draisaitl are the top 2 players in this series. Bar none. After that, and we're talking gap. After that, where's the first king?
Down the line, I would say.
Exactly.
Yeah, down the line. For sure.
That's why I sit there and I go, maybe the Kings can get through one because of the injuries that Edmonton has. But if they squeak by Edmonton, why on hell earth would they get past Minnesota or Vegas? It just doesn't make sense. Now, Minnesota, again, I think Kaprizov is going to be the best goal scorer on the ice. The best guy that you can look at and go, he can score from anywhere on the ice. Kind of in the same way that you would look at Alex Ovechkin. I'm not saying he's Ovechkin, but I'm saying you look at him and say, we've got to prevent him from scoring. However, if Vegas does that, that opens up the door for many other guys on Minnesota because Kaprizov is that good. Vegas is easier to spread out the defensive responsibilities on. It just, I don't know. I just feel like there's also more of an injury concern. Kevin, what is up, man? Jumping in here. Still can't believe it's 1-0 here for Dubuque. Down.
Yeah.
Kicks the puck in the zone. Was that Spicer who just took that penalty that they were just showing?
I was looking at Old Spicer is
There's no penalty now, but I just saw him skating to the box or something.
What was that?
I don't know.
Well, I also look at I mean, honestly, though, I think the locker room is going to be fine in Minnesota, but I look at like players that have actually had success in the playoffs.
Yeah. Again,
Fleury
it doesn't logically. I can't sit here and wrap my head around the idea of saying Vegas is out in the first round, but there's also always an upset that you don't see coming.
Would we call St. Louis not seeing it coming? I think the world.
No, because we all have the same questions about Winnipeg. What questions do you have about Vegas other than can they stay healthy? Aiden Hill in goal, can he continue? Like, you know what I mean? Like, Aiden Hill had a very, he's been good in the playoffs, but it's also been a very short sample. His sample size is the same as Jeremy Swayman's, basically.
So you have the Wild going to the conference finals, where I'm just assuming you're going to have.
No, they are going to lose to Colorado. They would get handed by the Avalanche.
All right, so I guess we both agree on that. Like, I think we both. I had Colorado going to the Stanley Cup final.
I have Colorado going to the Cup final.
Yeah.
I just there's no way that St. Louis would lose to them in the second round or beat them in the second round. And
either team, honestly, don't think that there's.
And don't get me wrong, as a fan of the game, I'm sitting here going, holy fuck, I want to see Colorado and Vegas in that second round. I want to see that matchup so bad. I just feel like we're going to get Colorado and Minnesota. So.
And that's what, and I'll say it again, like, that's what makes hockey the best, right? Like, you can see any of those teams, except for St. Louis.
I could tell you I flipped a coin in the series and it came up Minnesota, and you'd be like, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
Logical explanation. Let's move on.
Yeah. So, yeah, we have Colorado for the West.
All right, let's see. I'm picking Carolina to sweep New Jersey.
I think New Jersey is crawling into the playoffs. I don't think they're in a great spot for this season. Think
about how they looked in the last game against Boston.
Yeah.
They gave up 7 spot. Markstrom put up a 7 spot against Boston.
Yeah, against that Boston team where Fraser Minton was, scored his first. So what Callahan did too. Where
Morgan Geekie is a top 6 forward.
I think that's going to be a sweep. But I honestly like the Devils for the future. Just Not right now.
For when they are healthy, they're going to be good.
Yeah.
It's not quite there yet. How do you see Washington, Montreal?
I'll take Washington.
That's where I'm at.
I just think that something that I was thinking about is Washington has not played like a meaningful hockey game in a long time. They were on that quest for Ovi. That's where their focus was. Even the players said it. Once you make the playoffs, like that's kind of where we were looking at. But then you have Montreal, who's been playing meaningful hockey up until the end. I'm gonna take the Capitals just because they're a much better team on paper. I mean, honestly, I don't even know if I see any way that the Canadians end up pulling this out, but I'll take the Capitals.
I'll put it this way. I don't hate someone who says I can see Montreal winning the series and punching them in the mouth. I don't hate it. I just don't see it. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, well, that's the same thing. Like,
Montreal, I'll put it this way: at plus 250 odds, you tell me you want to throw a bet on them to win the series, I'd go, okay, go for it. Don't mortgage your house, but go ahead, throw a few bucks on there if you feel that confident about it, because it wouldn't be, my case for that would be ignorance is bliss in some cases. If you look at Montreal's best players and the ones they're going to rely on to win the series, Lane Hudson, Ivan Demidov, Nick Suzuki, to some degree, Patrick Laine, as far as minimal playoff experience. A lot of these guys have never been to the playoffs before.
Wild card.
Yeah, and in some cases, ignorance is bliss. Slavkovsky's never been there. Kapanen has never been there. Like those guys are going to play key roles in important spots. And like Demidov, perfect example. Dude's played two games on American ice and has looked solid. He's averaging 13 minutes a night, and he's only going to get more used to it. Now, is he someone who goes playoff hockey, no problem, whatever? Or is he someone who goes, holy shit, this is nowhere close to the last two games I just played, and he's overwhelmed by it? We don't know. On that discussion point, though, I just sit there and I go, I'm going to lean on the team that's won the cup before, and pretty handedly. I got Washington in 5.
Yeah, I kind of see the same thing. Again, wouldn't surprise me in 4. Like I said, maybe I see a way that like it's really stretched out. Maybe.
Yeah, we're stretching maybe out for like a mile and a half on that one. But
yeah, maybe the Canadians, push it a little bit. But I honestly, like you said, if you take them, then okay, I can maybe kind of see, but Washington's just Washington this season as well.
I'm not going to hate on someone for the pick. It doesn't make sense to me in any way.
Yeah. So
is the best way for me to put it.
Yeah, Washington. And again, that's a series that goes 5, but you're still excited to tune into each game.
Oh, absolutely. I think Montreal can find a way to keep the games, for the most part, close. I think you'll see maybe a 2-1 game going into the third, and then with like 10 minutes left, all of a sudden you get, 3-1, and then it's like, okay, well, let's pull our goalie. Shit, now it's 4-1, and you're like, oh, all right. Well, hey, guess what? They kind of lightened up a little bit. Now it's 4-2, and you're like, maybe they can come back. No, they can't.
And again, this is going to be another series, the previous one as well that we talked about. Those are 2 series where you want to get done with them as quick as possible, and you want to start preparing for that next team. You do not want to be in a 6 or 7 game series with the Devils or the Canadians. Not that you're not going to win, but you want to minimize the impact that you're taking each game. Not to mention, exactly, you want to rest. you're gonna still be taking hits, even if you're up 5-0. You're gonna be, you're gonna have to still block shots. So there's no point. Just play 4 games, play 5 games, figure it out.
I see Kevin throwing some stuff in the comments. We'll come back to that, Kevin. I like the bold prediction. We will circle back on that. Dubuque's only got about 40 seconds left to tie this up, but I don't know about you, Kenny. I'm willing to throw a whole different game on. Oh, it looks like Madison just got the empty netter.
We gotta finish our
Yeah, they got the empty netter.
Least.
Yeah, there's plenty of hockey on still. So
unfortunate end to that game, but yeah, we at least got to finish our picks here.
Oh yeah, notice how they're putting Spicer back out on the ice too. Anyway, well, 40 seconds left on that. I'll find another game. There's got to be an AHL game on.
No, there is. It's packed day here, Friday night.
Yeah. So that means we both have Capitals and Canes in the second round on the East.
Yeah.
Before we dive into the other half of the bracket, who do you have advancing in those two?
This one is honestly a coin toss. I'm gonna say I'll go with I'll go with Washington, honestly, just because of how they've played this season. But this is really a coin toss game, in my opinion. I think it's going to be long.
I think Carolina, you're going to look at Carolina again and go, what the fuck are you doing in goal? Because Freddie Anderson, Kochetkov, like what'll end up happening is Anderson will be good for the sweep because it's only 4 games. And then this one will go a little bit longer and nicks something up, has a really bad game. Kochetkov goes in, plays the rest of that game really well, and then you turn to him, but because he hasn't played in so long, his game isn't there. Kochetkov needs to play games. He is that kind of goalie. He is a Vasilevsky-esque where he needs the minutes and the time, and they're going to stop giving it to him, and then they're going to have to make a goalie change, and it's not going to work. Like, that's just their script.
Yeah, I think the tandem isn't as strong.
And so I've got the Capitals. I just don't know how long I can see the series going for, honestly, because the Capitals also are just across the board. By that point, they'll have Protas back and healthy again. Like, there's just nowhere where I look at that Carolina lineup and go, they are the better team, hands down.
I think it's going to be a close series. I think it might go 6-7, maybe
6. But, I could see 6.
I just, it's hard to pick against the Capitals at this point, especially, given what they've done this season and looking at Carolina as well. It would be interesting to see what we would think if Mikko Rantanen was still there, but he's not, and I don't even know if that would change my opinion on it. It would just be an interesting.
It would add a legit goal scorer for Carolina. That's what it would do.
Yeah, but I don't know if that would be enough to take my my pick off of.
Kevin, they're too young. There's no way Montreal's going to the conference final. They're way too young. I think he's also been known to troll a little bit, so I don't know how serious he is about that. But legitimately, there's just no shot. Abbotsford and Coachella Valley. That should be a good one.
I tuned into San Diego versus Ontario. I was hoping to see the Italian Damian Clara. So excited
yeah,
but he's played 2 games. He played pretty well, and so I'm excited to see him next season.
A legit option to potentially take over as a number 2 up there in Anaheim if they move on from Gibson. Or when
he played in the SHL and he struggled a little bit, and then ended up getting a loan to Karpat in the Finnish Liga, which is a clear step down from the SHL. But still, he played pretty well. And then at the end of the season, he came over because Anaheim needed goaltending in their minor league system. So
yeah, that was right around the same time they signed. Was it who was it that they? Oh no, they dealt for the guy from Detroit. Was it Huso? Was Huso
Oh
the
yeah,
one they brought in?
Billy Huso.
Yeah, they brought in Billy Huso just for the depth.
As soon as the series was over in the Finnish Liga, they brought him over, and like I said, I think he's appeared in one. He's appeared in 2 games. He started one. He played pretty good in his appearances, so I'm excited to see him.
Yeah.
So
well, Coachella Valley is down 1-0 right now to Abbotsford, and they're known to be a pretty decent wagon, Coachella Valley. So
back to back Calder Cup.
Yeah, so we'll see. Maybe they have a comeback in them for tonight, but oh man, the stadium is packed too. They have a good turnout for that one. Kevin, no, they are not. I think he is actually serious on this one, and anyway, we will move on to do you want to do Tampa, Florida first or Toronto, Ottawa first?
Whatever you want.
Oh, I'm letting you pick on this one.
Let's go Toronto, Ottawa.
Okay. How long do you see this series being drawn out? I want to know games played first.
Oh, 5, I think.
I have 6.
Yeah, 5, 6.
Now, who do you have winning it?
I want Ottawa to win.
Oh, I want Ottawa to win so bad too, but do you have them actually winning it?
It's so hard because they just got Cousins. Cousins has 16 points since coming over. I think Brady Tkachuk is just chomping at the bit. Tim Stützle is Allmark healthy or no? Is he gonna be back?
He's healthy. Yeah,
he's healthy.
He's been playing,
but he's also not he hasn't been a great playoff goaltender either. So it's just.
I mean, he's had you want to talk about small sample sizes,
yeah.
So his career numbers in the regular season, a 2.54 and a 9.17. Those are his career regular season numbers for Linus Ullmark. Now, if I jump over to the playoffs, there we go. 8.87 and a 3.59.
Yeah, that's
now 10 game sample size.
But also playing on the best team in regular season NHL history.
So an injured Ullmark on that season. Okay, that's the problem. Is he was clearly hurt that year. We all know that. He was 860 with a 4.16. Or no, that was 21-22. Sorry. That was his best year in the playoffs, was when he played 6 games in 22-23, and he was an 896 with 3.33 goals against average. He did post 3 quality starts and 3 really bad starts. So it was literally a tale of 2.
I don't think you can have that against Toronto. If you have 3 quality starts, you're not guaranteed wins in that series.
No. Here's the thing though. For me, when it comes to this series, goaltending it for both sides is a question mark. Which goaltenders or goaltender has the bigger question mark? If you're Toronto, who's your starter?
Wall.
Even though he hasn't been your starter all season.
Yeah, but I look at it as he has.
I agree. It should be Wall. It should be Wall. I agree with that.
He has the playoff, if you can even call it experience. He's played in a few games, and he's played well in that time. So, and like you said, I'm not really in love with either. Like, Wall should be the starter. Hasn't played.
Wall's experience in the playoffs is 7 games. It's less than Ullmark's, and yet Stolar's has 1 playoff game.
Did he even start? Did he even start that game, or this was like a game that he came in relief?
He does not have a single start. He has
Yeah.
a relief appearance. He has played 34 minutes and 50 seconds in the playoffs.
Yeah, that's when he came in.
And they have not been good. He gave up 3 goals on 19 shots.
Yeah, so that's when he came in the Stanley Cup final against Edmonton, that one game where the Edmonton Oilers scored like 7 or whatever. But
yeah, so I agree. In his 7 starts in the playoffs, Joseph Wall has a 9.33 and a 1.78. If they get that from Joseph Wall, there's no way Toronto loses this series. However, over the course of the regular season, Anthony Stolarz has been by far the better goaltender. 9.26 versus 9.09 and a 2.14 versus a 2.73. Wall has a much stronger history of injuries. I can completely see them starting Stolarz and then fighting uphill, switching to Wall.
it'll be interesting to see who the game 1 starter is, because that's kind of where we.
And here's the other thing. You start Wall and he gets hurt. How much confidence do you have in Stolarz?
If you start Wall and he gets injured, it's going to be even tougher, especially for Stolarz and his confidence. Imagine being the goalie all season and playing better than the backup, but they still decide to go with the backup, and then he ends up getting injured, and then it's like, well, you're going.
I don't know if I would really call him like the difference between games played was 8. Wall played 42, Stolarz played 34. Wall, they both had injuries throughout the year. Stolarz is 31, Wall's 26. And then you got 6 starts for Hildeby, and then Matt Murray got 2. So, like, you also have some depth. You can always go to Hildeby if you need to.
For the playoffs?
Guy's been good in with the Marlies. So
he's been good with the Marlies. Him and DiPietro split that player or goalie of the thing in the AHL All-Star game or whatever. No, it's not that Hildeby's a bad goalie, but for him to come up and play that stint, his second real NHL experience, and it has to be in the playoffs for a team that rarely gets out of the first round. I would take Ottawa in that 100 times out of 100. Even if it doesn't happen, I would still bet on Ottawa to take that series if a guy like Hildeby ended up getting called up. And I think Hildeby's a great goalie.
See, my question is this. You start Joseph Wall and he falters even for a game. You don't have confidence to go to Stolarz. If you don't have the confidence to go to Stolarz and stay, because that's the other thing is if Wall has a bad game, right? And you try to shake things up by going to Stolarz. Stolarz has a bad game. He is himself in the playoffs. You are now going back to Joseph Wall saying, we didn't have enough confidence in you before, but go get him again, kid. Which is a much harder move to make than going game 1, Stolarz, you're our guy. You struggled game 1, we're switching to Joseph Wall and we're not looking back. You're going to go win again if he gets hurt, and only if he gets hurt.
Not to mention, at that point, Toronto will most likely be down 2 games or will have lost 2 games if that was to happen. Obviously, they could play a bad game and Toronto still finds a way to win. I just don't think that it's that type of series where the goaltending can be that bad and they still figure out a way to pull out a win.
Do you have more confidence in the core 4 showing up to score or Brady Tkachuk?
It's difficult to say that either, because you look at last year and the core 4 was terrible. Granted, Nylander was out for a few games, right? But Mitch Marner disappeared. Tavares disappeared. Wasn't Bertuzzi like in their top 2 in scoring, and he had like 3 points in the series or whatever? So
something like that, yeah.
It was somebody, and it was going into the playoffs. You can never bank on the Toronto Maple Leafs.
That's the whole point. Like,
you can never bank on the team there. So, like when you
wait, and it would also be very Maple Leaf to face Ottawa, the team that you preferred, air quotes around preferred, because your other options were Florida or Tampa, and we'll get to that matchup in a minute. But you got the team that you preferred, and you still lose
in the first round.
Yes.
So
the pressure is so much more on Toronto.
The pressure on Toronto,
especially at home.
The pressure on Toronto is greater than any team in the playoffs, and it's going to be like that until they figure out how to actually win. Because they made it to the second round a few years ago against or when they beat Tampa, and
they never won a game.
Their fans did not give a shit. They were like, this team. Well, they were obviously upset, and then next year they do their Toronto thing where they say, "This is our year. Yep, this is it. This is the." It never is.
When they finally give up and they go, "Fuck it, we're not it this year," that's the year that they're gonna be like, "Oh, we squeaked in as a wild card," and then they fucking run the table.
It's again, it's a little bit different than Montreal, right? A lot of these guys are going to be playing in their first playoffs.
Montreal also understands how a rebuild works.
Well, I was just going to say Dylan Cousins finally playing on a team that actually has a chance of doing anything instead of being a bottom feeder in the league.
Unleashed.
Yeah.
Brady Tkachuk unleashed. Linus Ullmark finally with his opportunity to say, I was not the problem in Boston. Look what I can do. He's going to come in with a little bit there for you as well. The biggest concern I have on Toronto's side is I'm Mitch Marner and I'm going in for a new contract this offseason. So fuck you, pay me.
Well, it's I think everything for Toronto is a question mark, honestly.
Oh, absolutely.
You look at last year and they could not score. Their top players could not find a way to score. They were arguing on the bench for games. What was it? Austin Matthews got injured, came back. Nylander was having problems with, honestly, probably the stress mixed with the concussions, right? He was having,
and that's and you just mentioned another problem is Austin Matthews is not 100% either.
I want to see Ottawa win this so badly, and I honestly think that they have a great chance of doing it. And I can't say
I've got Ottawa in 6.
I can't definitively say you can't count out Toronto like I did with Edmonton, where I was like, you really can't count out Edmonton because they have McDavid and Draisaitl. I can't say that about Toronto and be like, you can't rule out Toronto because they have Matthews and Nylander and Marner and Tavares.
No, the one player I'm worried about is Mitch Marner going psycho mode because he wants a massive payday.
But he's also a guy that
hasn't done it before. Exactly.
Yes.
He could go either way. Nothing. So that's why he's one to watch. Mitch Marner is a legitimate, watch out for him to win the Conn Smythe candidate. However, Toronto's got to get past the first round, and other players actually have to fucking help him.
And that's the other thing. Marner can do everything that you're saying. He can go out. He can play his best hockey, and they could still lose. If Marner goes out there and plays the way that he needs to play to earn a massive contract, and the rest of the team plays like they did against Boston last year, they still lose the series, in my opinion, honestly. If the goaltending and
who do you think would have a better shot at winning the Conn Smythe? Austin Matthews or Mitch Marner?
And again, playing in the big games, Austin Matthews kind of crumbled with USA. He kind of crumbled. And not only did he miss that crucial scoring chance, he also left the best player in the world wide open in the slot.
Oh, Coachella just tied it. Oh, they just beat Arthur Shelovs.
I'm watching Henderson versus Bakersfield.
Oh, that's another good one.
I don't know why, but I am.
Because it's hockey. That's all you need. Puck off hockey slogan. Because it's hockey.
Because it's fun.
Yeah. Hockey is fun. Period. End of mission statement.
Well, listen, if you ever want to make some puck off merch,
Yeah, right. Mitch Marner and William Nylander are tied for worse odds to win the Conn Smythe than Austin Matthews by double. Austin Matthews is a plus 3,000 bet. Mitch Marner and William Nylander are both plus 6,000. They are at the same odds. You want to know who else is plus 6,000? Darcy Kemper, Aiden Hill, and Kyle Connor.
Jesus.
Now, the list of ones who are less than that, Kirill Kaprizov, Mark Stone, Logan Thompson, Braden Point, Rupe Hintz, Seth Jarvis, Sam Reinhart are all in the plus 5,000 group.
And obviously the issue is the team has to make it.
Oh, yeah, for all of them.
The team has to make it.
Betting
Honestly,
favorites, the top 3 betting favorites are, in order, Nathan McKinnon, Connor McDavid, Connor Hellebuck, and then, just to throw it in there, Leon Draisaitl.
Well, yeah. So how I see it is Colorado has a great chance of making it, and always, if you get the team right, it's most likely going to be one of your top 3 players, and McKinnon is that. If Edmonton ends up going on this miraculous run, Connor McDavid will have to earn another Conn Smythe. And then Hellebuck, same thing. Like if Winnipeg ends up making it to the Stanley Cup Finals, Connor Hellebuck will need to win the Conn Smythe. Like there's no way around it. Like I just don't see a way where the Jets play so much better while Hellebuck isn't performing up to stuff and ends up, winning the Stanley Cup.
There are a lot of bets on here that are like super long odds that I sit there and I go, I could see it happening. But we'll dive into those after we finish our bracket here, because are you picking Ottawa to beat Toronto?
I'll take Ottawa.
Okay. Florida, Tampa. One word answer. Who's your pick?
I think Florida is going to be a tough team to beat.
Yes.
I'll take Florida.
I take Tampa.
It honestly does not surprise me. Either team could win this. Tampa is really, really in a win now mode. And I like Vasilevsky more than I like Bobrovsky at this point. So I see it.
I have Tampa in 6.
I was going to take Florida in 6. So
we got the same number of games.
Yeah.
I just think that Florida has not. First of all, they're going to be without Ekblad to start the series. Sets them right off behind the 8 ball. In the same games they don't have Aaron Ekblad, they are trying to work Brad Marchand back into the lineup. They're trying to work Matt Tkachuk back into the lineup. I'm trying to think of who else is injured. Let me pull them up real quick, because they've got quite a few guys who have been banged up. Barkov was out for some rest. Forsling was out for some rest. Greer, Lundell, Noshik, Reinhart all out. Kachuk's injury is a groin injury. Brad Marchand has not been playing to his level or his capabilities. You're going to be trying to get this lineup together for like the second time, and they're missing Ekblad. And by the time that lineup starts to gel, it's going to be, oh, by the way, here's Aaron Ekblad for a return. So shake it up again.
I like the depth on Florida. Obviously, the top
depth
players
is incredible.
The top players are going to try to come back, but those are the players that you want to try to work their way back. Because honestly, I don't look at like a Sam Iskevich and I'm like, okay, now this guy's trying to work back. That might take some time. But Matthew Tkachuk is a game changer. If there's a guy that can come back and immediately put on an impact performance, it would be Tkachuk. So I'm fine with that. Marchand not playing up to his capability doesn't shock me, really. And again,
he's got 3 points since the trade deadline.
Yeah, and he was also injured, so he came back a little later as well.
So
not saying that it's great, but
and Kachuk's official designation ahead of the playoffs is maybe available for game 1.
I still think the depth of the Panthers make them a tough team to get out. And again, this is another series where I'm like, this could go either way. And I'm also cheering for the Panthers to make it 2 rounds and then get knocked out because I want that first round pick. But
I want that first round pick too. I think Tampa is a much more, they're playing better already together, and they have been for over a month now. And like you said, they're in very win now mode. And
they have the better goalie.
They got the far better goalie.
Yeah.
Far better. And oh, by the way, Vasilevsky's healthy this year. I know a lot of people are going to remember last year and go, Vasilevsky this, Vasilevsky that. He has not taken a step back. Like, this dude, if I'm not mistaken, has had just about a career year, which is something that I was saying that people needed to watch out for. Now, the Hellebuck season was not foreseen, but I guarantee you Vasilevsky will finish in the top 3 when it comes to the goaltending this year. When it comes to probably in Vezina, his season this year, 218 goals against average, 921 save percentage in 63 games. Like, Vasi's back. And the last time he played 63 games, he was 5th place in the Vezina voting, and that was the 21-22 season. I'm pretty sure they won the Stanley Cup that year. Oh, and his numbers were slightly worse than they are this year in the same number of games.
Yeah. Like I said, I don't disagree. It's tough to rule out Florida.
Oh, absolutely. I don't take the pick lightly. All I'm saying is Vasilevsky is a brick wall. And
absolutely.
Like, I can totally see this going 7 games, but I'm picking Tampa in 6. Which means I have Tampa in Washington, but you have
you would have Tampa in Ottawa.
Tampa and Ottawa. You would have Florida
and Ottawa,
which I'm guessing you would have Florida advancing.
Yeah.
I would have Tampa advancing.
Yeah.
And then we both said Washington advances. So do you have Florida beating Washington? Or do you have Tampa, or do you have Washington beating Florida?
If Florida ends up making it to that point, I would probably take Florida. If they make it to that point, that means that Tkachuk got back into the lineup and is playing to the caliber that he usually plays at. That would mean that Bobrovsky's had 2 confident, good, quality series. That would mean Ekblad is back playing his best game, or almost up to that best game. It would mean Brad Marchand is playing better as well, and it would just mean that they're getting their depth scoring if they make it to that point.
If they make it to that point, I would agree with you. I'll put it this way. The finalist from the East comes out of that Tampa-Florida series.
Yeah. And
the finalist in the West comes out of that. I would say the second. That's tough. It comes out of one of 2 series, and that's the Vegas, Minnesota, or Dallas, Colorado. But I think genuinely it comes out of that Dallas, Colorado series, just because I also think if we go back there real quick, if Dallas were to advance from Colorado and they get either Winnipeg or St. Louis in the second round, if you've just taken out the Avalanche, you have the confidence for a 5-gamer against either one of those teams.
Yeah, I think
which means you go rested against Vegas or Minnesota.
Yeah, I think we see eye to eye on that on the West.
So at that point, you're talking about a well-rested Dallas team against a against a not so well-rested Vegas or Minnesota team.
Yeah,
I would have to give the edge slightly to Dallas with home ice. Because also by that point, you're looking at Sagan's finally found his game again. You know, he's back to the player that he was beforehand. You're talking about Heiskanen probably coming back. Like Robertson might be back by that point as well. So like, and that's what the extra rest would allow them to accomplish. So, I have Colorado, Tampa again.
And I have Colorado, Florida.
So then the question is in your matchup, which team do you have winning?
I have Colorado winning that matchup.
That's what I have in mind too.
Yeah. So Colorado Stanley Cup champions, book it.
I mean, when we've gone through the permutations, we might have a matchup a little bit different, but we're pretty much in lockstep that a power rankings you would have to put the Avalanche first.
Yeah, I think we have like just a few different, but I think that we both agree that the same series in the East and West are going to end up being in the Stanley Cup Finals. I just think Colorado is a wagon. They have almost no question marks around them, honestly, and I think that they've made a few trades and they've gotten better. I think they're just a better team, and I think that they're playing really well as well. Like,
Yeah.
They are going to be the hardest team. Oh, obviously, if we're picking them to be the Stanley Cup champion, they're going to be the hardest team to knock out. Not saying that a team can't do it.
Yeah, that's just it. We've seen weirder things happen, but
it's going to be difficult.
It's clear that in the West you've got as the top three teams, and the only reason why I go with these three in no particular order are, well, actually, I'll put it this way: the top three teams are Colorado, Vegas, and Minnesota. I only put Dallas at 4 because of the current injuries that they just suffered, namely Jason Robertson. Edmonton would be a very close 4 or 5 spot. They're right on par with Dallas right now. Again, injuries being the factor. In the East, you've got a clear level of Tampa, Florida, and then Washington, maybe throw Toronto in there as far as talent level. But because they're unproven, you would have to put Washington ahead of Toronto. So that's where that top 4 comes from. As much as we want to see, Montreal, as Kevin says, get to the conference final, I honestly, as a Bruins fan, it doesn't really hurt me to say, go ahead, Montreal, let's do it. Let's see you do it. This team is so young that I just don't see it realistically happening.
The team is so young that even if they do it, I have no confidence in consistency.
Right.
To make, like, this is not a Stanley Cup team. So even if they go and make it to the conference finals or even the Stanley Cup finals, like, I don't see them winning, and I also don't see them being like, a contender every year.
And if Montreal advances past Washington, I see them getting past Carolina, because Carolina is nowhere near the team that Washington is, at least this year. And you'll gain that boost of confidence from saying we just took down the number 1 seed in our bracket. So let's, or yeah, were they the 1 seed or was it Toronto? Either way, they got the 1 seed in their portion of the bracket. Their wild card matchup. We can easily take out Carolina. We take out Carolina, and then who knows what happens against whoever's on the other side. I mean, you feasibly could see Ottawa, Montreal in the conference final. It's not impossible, just extremely highly unlikely. And I don't think anyone would pick that for their bracket unless they're a diehard fan of those two teams. Yeah. Or they just want to root for only Canadian teams. So
like you said, it's hard to talk about it because we haven't seen anything that says that they can play in the playoffs. We've also haven't seen anything that says that they can't. So who knows? Yeah, maybe the team comes in and they play lights out and they're a great team, and they have no pressure. They walk in and they take care of business. Even still, like, for Montreal to beat the Capitals, they would need to not only go in and play like themselves and play like how they've been playing recently, they have to elevate their game to like a whole new level that we have not seen this season. So could it happen? Sure, because we haven't seen otherwise, but we also haven't seen that they can do it. So,
Right.
like you
And their
said,
coach knows what he's doing. he's been there a couple times, so they've got a coach who can get them through it. It's just a matter of does it actually happen? And it just yeah. So real quick before we wrap up, because I know we're getting up there in time. Let's just address Kevin real quick. It says Morgan Geekie will have 80 points next season, 40 and 40 season. I agree with the next part of this. Geekie, Lindholm, Pasternak is about to be a legit first line. No doubt in my mind. Elias Lindholm comes back healthy next season, and he will look like a different player. I really think we could see him have a bounce back to be a point per game player again. And Geekie is easily, I would pencil him in for 35 goals. That's where I would put him. I don't know if I'd go as high as 40. Is he capable of it? He's capable of it, but I wouldn't confidently say that.
yeah, anything is possible when you have a guy like Lindholm playing up to the capability that he can, and then also playing alongside Pasta. It is definitely I could definitely see him having 80 points and having 40 goals, but I don't know if I'm going to go that far.
I'm less worried about the 80 points. I'm more worried about the 40 goal mark. I don't see Morgan Geekie as well, the thing with Geekie is he's not the same kind of passer that Pasternak can be. So he's a shooter. He's going to be the guy on that line to get 35 goals. Pasternak will get 40 to 50 again himself. I think there'll be more of a distribution between Elias and Morgan Geekie in the sense that I could see them both being 35 goal scorers next year. And then between them and Pasternak, that line, you're looking at 125 goals. That's kind of the balance. 120 goals, and we'll say half of them go to Pasta. That's realistically how that line balances out. But it's not a bad thing. And then he says Michael Misa will step right into the NHL and have a similar rookie season to Macklin Celebrini. The Bruins will win the lottery and take him first overall to be the cornerstone franchise center.
I hope, but
none of the players are NHL ready right now, though. That's what
I was saying. I think any player that gets drafted at any point probably shouldn't take that next step to the NHL level. And I think somebody said it on either this or another thing. Like they talk about Misa coming and playing in Boston next season. Like probably not. Even if the Bruins get the first pick, he's probably not coming to Boston unless he's going to like Boston College or Boston University. That's the only way he's coming to Boston.
Well, if you get the first pick, well, I see it's one of two things. Like, how do you pass up Matthew Schaefer?
If Boston gets that first pick, I guess we'd have to see who's drafting after them. But
I was just saying nobody's drafting before them.
Yeah, after them. I think that there would be a trade. I don't
because here's the thing: you can then shop the pick to 2, 3, and 4 because you can feasibly still get Denoyer at 4, and you could. But I really truly believe Denoyer is their guy because think about what have they held almost every single prospect down in Providence for. What's the constant message for that? We want them to develop a two-way game. Well, who's already got the two-way game? Fraser Minton and Denoyer. Fraser Minton's your 3C because, like you said it earlier, defensively his game is there. He is intelligent enough to learn the offensive game on the fly. He will not cost you defensively, and he can keep up with anybody that you put on his wing. Yeah. He's your 3C.
I said it. He can learn on the job.
Exactly. He can learn the offense on the job, but the defense is already there. So he's your 3C. You've got Geekie, Lindholm, and Pasternak as your line 1. And now you just got to fill the rest in. But right now you've got Zaka, Middlestead, and Liesel as your second line. So your bigger questions are right and left wing on your third line. You got a lot of money to work with. I just don't see them in like I see them taking a swing at Marner and going, our offer is this. Kind of like what they did with John Tavares, but they'll be more serious about this one, knowing they might actually have a shot to sign him. I would kick tires on Matthew Nyes, but if you can get him via trade, like if you can trade to get his rights, I would do it. But Toronto's another team that they're not going to that Toronto first round pick next year is not going to be an early pick. So here's my question. Would you go to Toronto and say, we'll give you your first round pick back if you give us Matthew Nyes?
I mean, would Toronto take that to have Nyes back? I guess it would depend on what they're doing with Marner.
It'd be his rights. And well, that's the thing is now you're looking at it in a position of, well, we aren't the only team that can offer sheet him. I wrote an article. I really can see Chicago making an offer sheet for Matthew Nyes because they've got a ton of draft capital. They can spare some, and they can make it so that it's a first. I mean, they could give up feasibly a first, second, and third for an 8-year contract for Matthew Nyes.
So those picks would be going to Toronto, right? So
right, but they're from the 2026 draft. That's the other thing is they're not 2025 draft picks; they're 2026 draft picks.
So I mean, if I'm Toronto, why even move Nyes' rights? Just let it. Listen, if you can't re-sign him, you can't re-sign him. Just let Toronto or let a team like Chicago offer sheet him. Take those 3 picks, which even with Nyes, let's say like those picks are still going to be pretty valuable, and then just pick somebody next year. Next year's draft is going to be much better than this draft, so it's really not a big deal.
With Chicago though, if they go out and they get Matthew Nyes, like Matthew Nyes next to Connor Bedard, and then you have Frank Nazar next to Mikheyev, or you could even do Nazar and then you have Teravainen, Nazar, and Nyes.
I still think it's a top 10 pick. Honestly,
I mean, there's room for Chicago to do more before the 2026 season. So I mean, it could be on the verge. It could be like a 12 or 13, sure. But also, if you're Chicago, do you realize how much draft capital they have over the next couple of years? Like, as much as you want a top 10 pick, don't get me wrong, but you could give up what ultimately is an 8th overall pick for Matthew Nyes, because again, at that point, you'd be offering him an 8-year contract or 7 years as far as they can go. But they have Toronto's first rounder in 2025, and then they also have Florida's in 2026. And then they have the Islanders and Toronto's 2026 second rounders plus their own. And they have the Stars 2025 second rounder, and they have both years third rounders and 2 4th-round picks in 2025. They're not hurting for young players and prospects.
Yeah.
So if you tell me they decide to go 2026, a first, a second, and a third, and they still have a first, 2 seconds, like they go in on Nyes like that, and they go and sign pick, Brock Nelson. That's a much better team. It's just at what, because at a certain point, you also have to start considering moves to sit there and say, Connor Bedard is going to become a restricted free agent soon. We want to keep him around. I know he says how much he loves Chicago right now. I don't discount that at all. But he also doesn't have a choice. His only option is to love Chicago right now.
It's also, you look at his body language, and he does not look like a player that's having fun. He looks like a player
No.
that does not want like showing up each
Dude
day
looks like
and
he'd
getting
rather go to San Jose.
Yeah, it's
The San Jose rebuild and the Chicago rebuild are lockstep, at the same time, and one of them is going to go significantly better than the other. And I give you $5 to put on which one it is.
Yeah, I'll take San Jose's over anybody's that I've seen. Just unbelievable work by Mike Greer, honestly.
Here's the one problem I have with it too: is Mike Greer will never win GM of the year. He should win GM of the decade for this rebuild, though.
They would have to make like a huge run for him to win GM of the year. And that's the thing, like the work that you put in now, you're not going to win GM of the year for maybe 4 or 5 more years anyways. If you end up even winning it. So
that's why I'm saying he will never win it.
It's been a masterclass for sure.
And by the way, he had 43.9 million, roughly 44 million. Couture just retired. He just got 8 million more. If I'm San Jose, I am literally calling up Mitch Marner and going, "You give us the number and we'll pay it. You want 18? We'll give you 18."
This team, the only thing that is limiting them right now is they just have to give time.
But if you can get Marner for a 7-year contract, you have one, because right now the biggest problem with San Jose, just like with a lot of the other young teams like Chicago as well, and Anaheim is another, they can't score. Now, it's less of an issue for San Jose than it is for Chicago and Anaheim, but their scoring ratio is terrible.
The ratio is terrible. The San Jose gives up a ton of goals. Their goaltending is not great. Their scoring, if you can actually build, around that, like Macklin Celebrini having a great season. So is Will Smith. Colin Graff played well in his time. William Meckland obviously doing his thing, and then they have Quinn Musty, who's going to be playing hopefully in the Calder Cup playoffs. They have all their guys down or not all of them, but they have a lot of great players down in San Jose getting ready. So
they have a massive problem, and it's all on the blue line. I wouldn't be surprised if they left Mitch Marner alone and they went, we're going to go after all the defensemen.
They have a few guys at defense, but again, it's years. It's a year or two away. They have Luca Cagnoni and they have Shakir Mukmadulin, and I think they have another guy that just came over. I'll have to look at his name. I haven't
but like Muka Medulin is 23, but he hits restricted free agency this year. So like they have to extend him now with a deal. Like he could be gone in 2 years if they're not careful. They have, for next year, they have Marc-Edouard Vlasic, Mario Ferrero, Timothy Liljegren, Vincent Desharnais, Henry Thrun, all signed for next year. Now, they've got plenty of room to work with. The good news is they're already announcing that Alex Georgiev is leaving, or they're not bringing him back.
I mean, they don't need to. They have Askarov coming up, and then they could also just pick any backup or whatever.
But I was just going to say, who do you pair with Askarov?
And that's where I've been saying it a lot. I have a few people disagreeing, but San Jose is a team that could realistically take a guy like Jonas Korpisalo and have him be the backup and just eat starts and be in a place. Obviously, it's not what Korpisalo is probably looking for.
But if you're Boston, I mean, at a certain point, you're not our problem anymore.
Exactly.
But here's the other thing, though, is like you can get a 50-50 split between those two.
Yeah, and wasn't Corpusalo like complaining about not or he wanted to play more this year?
He said it's tough to get into a rhythm when you're not starting 25 to 30 games.
Yeah,
Which he
and
fell few shy of, but like whatever. And to his point though, if you really looked at some of those Swayman games, you sit there and
yeah.
you're like, I would have been better than that.
Well, like the third games, like when he's playing back to back to back, kind
Yeah.
of. Those are the games where you're like, yeah, but those are also the games that Swayman wanted last year, and you moved another goalie so he could play in those third games and not have to like split the starts. So I obviously understand, and I understand both sides. Like Swayman wanted to play more. You kept him over Allmark to play more, and he just didn't play well in those third games. But Swayman said he felt good, said he was mentally better. He's
Yeah.
excited, and he wants to go play in the World Championships, which is great. So, like I said, for Corpusalo could be a great player to go pair with a team like the Sharks or a team like Philadelphia that just struggles with the goaltending because they keep throwing these young goaltenders without any, development right into the NHL where they're playing in front of a piss poor defense and getting
Yeah.
lit up.
Sam Ersson is starting to come around though. So
Sam Ersson is
you need someone who can work with Ersson. That's the thing.
exactly Fedotov is not it.
No, not at all.
Kolosov, not it. Kolosov it keeps rotating up because they just need somebody to eat some starts, and
But that's exactly what it is. Yeah. What you could feasibly, because the other goaltenders, and I have to look at the buyout numbers. They're buyout candidates. But Tristan Jarry, Philip Grubauer, those guys both have cups. And so they're going to have value, and they would have value to a team like Philadelphia or San Jose, because you can sit there and go, well, you can sign a smaller contract because you just got bowed out and you're still getting paid from your old team. So we'll give you $3 million for 2 years, come in behind Askarov and help our young kid learn to be an NHL Stanley Cup caliber goaltender.
Yeah, but for me, it would be I want to have a guy that can come in, eat starts, and not necessarily win, but stay competitive.
Well, that's
And
the thing with Jari and with Grubauer, they're not winning right now.
they're not even being Grubauer in particular isn't even competitive in the games that he's playing. So that's my problem with that. I would much rather go and get Corpusalo if I was them, but they could also just say,
I'm
who
going to be
cares?
doing a deep dive into the goaltending market league wide, especially now that we have a little bit more clarity. I took an initial look at it a few months ago, but since then, you've seen Thompson sign his extension, Lindgren signed his extension. Gorgiev has officially been let go. Like, we have a little bit more information and knowledge, so I'm going to go in and I'm going to do a deep dive on every team, where they're at. We were talking about Clara earlier for Anaheim. Gibson is very easily someone who could be moved this offseason. But the depth behind Gibson and
Huso?
Dostal,
Oh yeah.
there's no other NHL ready depth. So like you can move off of Gibson, but then you're looking for a Jonas Corpusalo or someone like that to fill in, a la maybe a James Reimer comes back, that kind of thing. They would look for some familiarity there. So I'll do some diving on that, and we'll jump back on here in plenty of times to go over it. I know we were really going to stick to the Dubuque game, but this Coachella Valley Abbotsford game has been really good. They're tied at 1 with 13 left in the third.
Oh, then I'm turning that one on. It's 0-0 in the second, or going into the second, but
Which one was that you had to Henderson?
Henderson versus Bakersfield.
That one goes on after this one. But
Yeah.
we've been at this for about 4 hours now. I'm sure the people are sick of us. I want to thank you again for jumping on. I know I want to let folks know that they'll see more of you doing this kind of thing, because an official announcement's coming out soon. Obviously, Dom's stepping away to take care of some family stuff, and our best are with Dom. But the hockey content, hockey talk is not going anywhere. It's getting ramped up, and we got the playoffs coming. Bruins coverage isn't going anywhere. It will still be available on the What's Bruin channels, but expanding our coverage, we'll have other things available as well. And I got confirmation earlier. Our friend Jay is going to be bringing the Baked Bear back in the fall still. And hockey's fun. We're here to have some fun. So keep the comments coming. And Kenny, this is a blast. I appreciate you doing this and looking forward to many, many more. And it sucks that the season's winding down, but we still got a big playoff run for the P Bruins and the Stanley Cup final. So we still got about 2 more months of this.
Yeah. Again, thank you for having me. I love doing this. It's so much fun to like I said, I do a lot of Bruin stuff. So it's so kind of like refreshing to kind of take a step out from that and still talk Bruins, of course, and talk about the main subjects. But obviously with that season winding down, there's a lot less to talk about. But being able to
winding down, it's over. We are putting that one in the rearview mirror.
Well, I say winding down because the draft stuff and whatever. But I'm so excited for the future, and I think that the fans should be excited as well.
Yeah, Bruins fans should be excited. The outlook is not as bleak, and I know for finding someone who agrees a lot with you. We have a lot of disagreements, which is key because that's why we've been able to do this for 4 hours. I mean, we spent 40 minutes diving into 4 different series because we just disagreed on the outcome for the same reasons why we thought. So with that though, I mean, do you have any final thoughts to wrap this one up? We'll go later than this sometimes, but for now, this one will wrap up on a Friday night.
No, I mean, like I said, this is great. Every time we do this, I feel like it runs, a little long, but 4 hours does not feel like 4 hours. Like I can't even believe that I watched a half a game and then the whole Dubuque game and then another half a game. Like it's kind of just unbelievable. And of course, thanks for Craig for coming on, answering some of my questions. That's huge as well. And I'm excited to do this again. So.
Yeah, we'll definitely do this again, and we'll have other people who join us, and we'll try to prepare some people to join us as well. But with so many games on, the crux of it is we're going to be sitting here watching hockey, and we enjoy talking about it. So come join the fun.
Of course.
But thanks to everyone who's tuning in and watching. Keep an eye out for the official announcement with a little more details, and we'll be back soon.